Hello, everyone, and I hope you're all having a very happy new year. We decided to put together, just like we do every year, is to have a group of different people having a short message. Well, unfortunately, that didn't happen. We had so much to talk about. Each and every guest that came on ended up going on even longer, but it's filled with so much different information. And so I don't even know how to take this in. When you see it's going to be a very long show, I guess you could watch it bit by bit, or you can, watch the whole thing through, however you want to do it, but it's going to be pretty long. But I will say that I'm happy to provide information and happy to share all of the different insights and ideas and reflections from last year, the year of 2023, and then what people are thinking about for 2024. And it feels somewhat hopeful, interesting, and thought-provoking at times. So, and also, we had such a challenging time the past couple of weeks that most of you don't know about. But we were very concerned about Peter, and you'll see he is the first interview that we do, and I want you to listen to some of the things that he experienced. It was really harrowing for us, but we worked together as a team, and we helped Peter get through. So I just want you to be a part of this and know what happened. But either way, have a blessed year. We got through 2023. We're moving into 2024 with hope, promise, love, peace, abundance for all, and aligning with the correct timeline. So without me chattering anymore, I hope you enjoy the show. Okay, so we have Peter the Insider with us, and he is going to provide information and ideas of what he felt during the year 2023 and all the different crazy things that happened, and how we're still here doing well, somewhat well, and then what his projections are or thoughts for the year 2024. So welcome, Peter. How are you?
So I want to say big thank you to you, Jessica, and to rest of the team because I was literally dead in this reality because something very screwed up in one of the missions, and whole team was panicking. I, I
You
was
were
like,
so stressed, Peter. It was like a nightmare. We were trying to figure out working together. The team was absolutely amazing. And, we didn't want this to run away, and talk about that, that you had passed, because it was going to be startling to everyone. But that the year ended with a big bang for us. And we're happy to have you back again.
yeah, so for our listeners and followers and so forth, just by the way, but let's get to another stuff.
We can't
For
get to another, once you say something like that, you can't get to another stuff, Peter. So
yeah, I mean
it was a
for
mission that went
me,
wrong. It was a mission that went wrong.
yeah, that's true. But it is like in a, in their reality or that reality, it was the mission went good pretty much, but for which price? That means, yeah, I was fine there, but here it affected me. Do you know what I'm trying to say? It
Right.
is all the time like traveling back and forth in time and so on. So pretty much, how can I say it? It is like you are trying to scratch the matches uh, on top of barrel with gasoline. Aye aye, always bad idea. Do you know what I mean? And the mission, I mean, it was good, but if it affected me here in bad way, just bad way, you know. And it affected how can I say it, started chain reaction, if we want to call it that way, chain reaction, because to bring me back, you know, it cost 13 a life of 30 innocent people in Prague, Czech Republic, capital city, you know, and all kind of that stuff. And it happened.
Feel sad about, yeah. It was,
Sorry, what?
which we feel sad about that.
Yeah, and that's
that
the
those
and
lost lives.
that's the stuff, like it forces you, I mean, not you but me, to think, okay, what so forth if my life worth life of 30 people, if they will be, I don't know, criminals, all of them will be criminals and all kind of that stuff, they commit the crazy crimes and all kind of that stuff, that will be, let's say, another story. But most of them were students,
Young
and
kids that were innocent, yeah.
yeah, and on university it was 18, and I mean, my bad, 17, and one, she was a professor, and another 12, they were in Klanovitz forest near Prague and all kind of that stuff. And I was like, holy crap. And it's kind of force the man, you know, like, okay, the 30 innocent people. And I was like, am I worth life of 30 innocent people, you know? That's kind of
young students that had futures. And
yeah.
it's
And this is another problem in Klanovitz fortress. It's 3 months old baby. It will be 3 months old at Christmas Eve. It's Christmas Eve. Then 14 and 16 years old teenagers, and rest 9, you know, religious young men in between 30 and 36 years old, just by the way. So and none of them were criminals. None of them. No. Nothing.
And the idea of wanting you to come back, but I just want to bring up something is because I said this to you earlier, there have been many shooters out there. So each time these shooters, or they get triggered by a time travel event, is that? Or time
yeah, because this is not for many years. It was like matter of US, and of course, I don't want to say of course, but it is like for cartels, I mean drug cartels in Latin America, because many people are saying Mexico. No, not only Mexico, in South America.
Yeah.
But it is not like that. It is pretty much all around the world and all kind of that stuff, you know. And this is the thing, you know what I mean. I don't like, and I don't want to say all the time, but like 90% of that is consequence of time traveling. But give me a second. Not to the future, to the back. That if you want to reverse something, to prevent something, you know, then something happened. It is pretty much like H bomb, I mean hydrogen, that means atomic bomb, accidents. They really happened, and they were terrible, you know. it was as a consequence, they went back to time, they prevent that. But for example, Chernobyl happened. You know.
Yeah, and I've also
And give me a second. That is it.
Yeah.
It is like you know, the same matter, the same case. Do you know what I'm trying to say? It's absolutely crazy. So you know, it is chain reaction. Do you know what I mean? Causality. Do you know what I mean?
But then are some people here that weren't here before, or some?
Yeah. Oh, many people.
Some of those people.
Yeah.
People that died over here, are they in another reality now? Not to make it better, but yeah.
Yeah, they are like
they're innocent. They should still continue on. So and you have injuries still that you had to recover from.
Yes, but I've got the question shouldn't be how many bones I don't have broken, but which are not. I can make weather forecast for like 3 or 5 days.
Wow.
Yeah, but I get used to it.
You have burns and was that from the re-entry or?
Yeah, no, from action, like missions, you know.
The ones, do you know who the ones were that were attacking you in the mission?
Yeah, missions, past missions in the past, you know.
Yeah.
I get used to it. It is, you know, it's just you need to get it like as it is.
Yeah.
You know.
We're happy to have you back, Peter. I mean, we're very stressed. We didn't want to tell the public until we had we didn't want to interfere with any kind of mission that was happening to get you back. And
yeah, it is this parole, you know, parole, like missions shouldn't be jeopardized.
yeah, so we worked and the team worked really well, and that's, you know, you knew your team, you recognized them, and you knew who you could trust. And so you were 100% right. The team was there for you in an amazing way, every single one of them.
But I am always here for the team. It's vice versa.
It is. But what was nice is we collaborated and worked really well together, each person trying to help and provide advice and information. Corporal X jumped up in a
peacekeeper, you mean peacekeeper.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, and he, you know, stepped up, and everyone stepped up, you know, and they all contributed to help.
Yeah, but the vantage point, it's so weird because vantage point was at this big tower in Toronto, and bam, we ended up in Treebridge Mountains, and oh my god, the ferries were so crazy.
Well, that there's information on that, and I'd like to do a show. They have a movie that Chloe told me about, and we watched it, even though they do not have English subtitles. But
what do you think about the whole? And that's the problem. It is officially it was author, you know, who wrote short story, or let's say vlogs, okay, series of vlogs, approximately about in year 2000 on internet, and he said that it was totally fake. But the fact is, it is fact, okay? I mean, in chronics and the historical stuff, you have that. Do you know what I'm trying to say? And pretty much he want to like, nah, I just want to say some write some BS. If people will believe that, but that's the problem. Those stuff are not stories. I mean, do you know what I mean? I can make up story.
No,
They are revelation, and through the November, from the November, or let's say last October decades, or pretty much second half of October, you know, till the end of February, or first half of, let's say, first half of March. Yeah, don't go there. And especially after sunset. Yeah, that will be bad. That will be bad.
Yeah, in the movie they show these orbs, and it reminded me a lot of the Foo Fighters. Or
But give me a second.
Yeah.
They are fairies, and they are very bad because they've got sharp wings. They've got sharp wings, and
sharp teeth too.
Yeah, sharp teeth,
Yeah.
and they are not smiling, laughing like, and they can drive you crazy because they are making fun from you and all kind of that stuff. And there is this I am calling it kilohertz. You know, if you go to trafo station with super high voltage, there is this hum noise and all kind of that stuff. And then if so it is, or pretty much she, because people they just people they run, they die. So people they pretend that they are dead. It is pretty much like being being confronted with a bear. Okay, if you run, no, you are dead. Okay, but if you just lie down to the ground and don't move and all kind of that stuff, and you will hear this crazy noise. I'm calling it kilohertz, and it is like boom boom, like super intensive, and how can I call it, like super loud heartbeat sound, something like that, you know.
Yeah.
But at least you will survive. But the problem is, you will survive, let's say, one attack. Okay, call it attack, call it as you like, because you will end up all the time I don't want to say running, but going to in the circles, or being like going in some sort of, how can I say it, in some sort of crazy patterns, and you are like, okay, I just we were here. No, we were not. Do you know what I mean? Even the people, they are very good in being oriented in the mountains, and they get lost. Okay. Just by the way, there is, or they will be another book. It will be serious book
about that mountain.
No, give me a second. About the mountains.
Yeah.
What police, okay, where how can I say it? They let super like lay down investigation of series of murders exactly in the same period of time each year, but in modern era, It was approximately like from 94, 95, and it is still going on to the same year. To the same year, my bad. Till nowadays. It
Right.
is crazy. It is crazy, and they don't want to spread panic, but it is absolutely crazy. And they don't know what the heck should they do. Okay, it is police from pretty much we were mutual state, one state. So police from Czech Republic, police from Poland, from Hungary, from Austria, and they are like, what the heck is that? Cause of that they cannot determine exact cause of that and all kind of that stuff. This is like supernatural or extra natural cause of that and all kind of those things. And that was absolutely crazy. That okay, oh great, we are here, the vantage point works, this Toronto tower, and then bam, we were jumped, we were bumped, and I was like, holy crap, because I knew the place, Treebatch Mountains. Oh no. And then you call them Foo Fighters, but I call them, and people, they are calling them Bludichki. In my language, Bludichki. Yeah? So fairies. And oh my God.
But they look like orbs. And what's interesting.
Give me a second. They look like orbs, but they pretty much they have wings, and they are super aggressive. It is pretty much like, hey, just get the heck out of this place. This is our place. They are territorial. Oh my God. Oh my God. And it was after the sunset. I mean, there is a time, you know what I mean, 9-hour times and all kind of that stuff. And it was after the sunset, and I was like, oh my God, damn. It was so crazy. And we were able to survive just because we lay down and they stop searching, they stop seeking for us.
Yeah,
it was so crazy. I was like,
they're
okay,
not regular fairies. There's something different. They're like an ET.
no, yeah, they are not fairies. I mean, I am calling them fairies, but in my language, fairy is vili, okay? But for their entities is bludichki, okay? And I am just calling them fairies because I don't have a term, or let's say there is no term for them in English. And I was like, holy crap, they simply lose interest to search for us. It was absolutely crazy. Jeez.
Then you went to the next destination, or something else happened?
No. We were able to go back to Aussie land here to Australia, but it was so crazy. I mean,
yeah.
And do you know what? Yeah.
But there was time travel to get you back.
If there are skeptics, okay, fine. If you want to lose your mind, okay, fine. Just go to Treebatch Mountains in the very start, from the very start of November until the end of February, and bam, and and especially after sunset, okay, you will be not skeptic anymore. Oh my God. It was so crazy.
Yeah, there's I call them hot spots. There's different spots.
I don't know what the heck it was. and I don't want to say it was UFO or something like that, but
no, they've been here for a long time, so it's almost like they're not.
Well, if do you know for what I mean? From my point of view, I'm not expert in this field, but thousands and thousands of years, and it is like, what the heck are you doing in my backyard? And they are like that.
They were here before us.
Yeah,
But they were here before us.
Yeah, and they are just defending their territory, at least from my point of view.
Right, and you had an encounter with them when you were a little boy too, right?
Oh my! Oh yo. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that was bad.
Which is
and that just, by the way, I've got cut marks on my both arms from their rings. Yeah.
So there's when we were trying to focus on trying to connect with you and make sure that you were okay. And Chloe, I don't know if you want to call her White Lady, or should I not say that?
Oh, Chloe, what so forth? Yeah. Why the heck not? It will be fine.
Okay, so she told us what happened in the Trebeck Mountains, and then I heard from this group called the Cordium.
Yep.
And they told me that because of the dimensional layers have been compressed in some way in between the dimensions, there's a compression that happened in density, which is unnatural because of some kind of collapsing that occurred. And they told me that some of the creatures that go interdimensional developed these sharp wings to get through the density.
Yeah, I mean, because they can go through these slots. Oh my, oh yeah.
So they didn't originally have that sharp layering, and they too, the Cordium had almost like some kind of suit on them. It was not a smooth looking metal suit. It almost had like tiny little pieces of metal all put together.
Yeah, they are like that. They are exactly like that.
Yep.
Exactly. So that was for me, and in the end of the year. But do you know what I mean? Recapitulation. From the very start of the year, I hate the wars, and what I want to say, I don't want to say that people in Ukraine are not suffering, okay? And yeah, it was months and months and months later, what started like it was November, something like that, war in Gaza and Israel, that people are not suffering there. But my question is, why in the world the rest of the world is not talking about war in, for example, in Syria? What is going on for 9.5 years? The same time, war in Yemen, okay? The same stuff. It is 22 and a half years, because it's war ongoing on and on and on in Afghanistan. Like 60-70% of Africa, they are like interstate wars or civil wars,
Yeah.
From or let's say since May this year, it's within Sudan and South Sudan, and inside the Sudan war. Exactly. Then cartel wars, drug cartel wars in
South America,
Latin America, and Mexico. And that's my question: why in the world mainstream media are focusing only this, on those wars, just few wars? because it looks like there is peace all around the world. Everything is
except for two places. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
this is the stuff. I'm upset about that. Do you know what I mean?
No, I agree, Peter. And it's like they create sensationalism. They pulled away from actual news. That's why we have so many people trying to provide intel and provide news online, because they got tired of having limited access to news and what is actually happening. Especially people have relatives all over the world. They know what's going on. But what do you think about the future, Peter? Will we ever be free of all of these crazy wars?
The problem is, if you are asking me, only after the 10 years. Once we will merge with the next, or let's say another context of existence. I am calling it axis context of existence. I don't want to use certain terms because, from obvious reasons.
Right. What's your projection for 2024? How do you think? I mean, you know,
the problem is, and let's say I just want to say there is another problem, and it is a young generation. I mean, we have wars, right? In certain part of the world, and then in another part of the world, young generation, and I don't want to say young generation because it is pretty much like people till 20, 22, 23, let's say 25. But it's like to people till 30, 35. It's like they have smartphones and tablets. And I've got I was in a certain server on Discord, and I asked people there, 80-90% of them were like under 25, 26, and I asked, like 0 was no and 1 was yes, and I was like, okay, I just want to ask you, can you imagine a world without internet? No, not like without social media and services like it's Discord, Skype, Zoom, and all kind of that stuff. Like completely without internet, and then it was like zeros. So that means absolute no, nobody. And I was like, holy crap.
Even older, even people that older now.
Yeah, give me a second. Yes. But do you know what? It is a generation, how can I say? I was thinking, and you will be maybe thinking like, Peter, you are crazy. But for me, it is pretty much, how can I say? I am not blaming them, because for me, it is the same, I don't want to say story, but same case, that I will be not able to imagine world without not color, without TV, but even without color TV. Okay, do you know what I'm trying to say? And people, the older people, there wasn't color TV, and older people, there wasn't TV, but it was so good. It was so good that people were not distracted. And this is the stuff how can I say it? I am so shocked that young people are absolutely addicted. No, not like, and I will call them out, shout them loud, like not cannabis and not kind of cocaine, heroin, and fentanyl and blah blah blah. No, internet, and not only social media. Internet as the whole phenomenon is a drug. Period. It is a drug, and after what is happening, or what happened with TikTok and what so forth, and how it is, because TikTok exploded, you know, and now everybody, every single social media wants to have short videos and such a option. And I was like, what the heck is going on with this TikTok? And I was like, holy crap. It was and I will not watch my language, the shittiest, material in the world. Yeah, I know. It is like.
Well, I think that it's displaying a certain mindset, and what they do is they make the lower consciousness stuff very viral, extremely viral. And
Do you know what is so crazy?
Yeah.
The crazy stuff is, it is not only about what you are watching and what you are looking for or searching, but there is, and TikTok is relatively new. It is like 5 years old or something like that. But do you know what is crazy? They are studies, medical studies, okay? What is happening by scrolling? I mean, my bad, what is happening to your brain? Just, scrolling fast. And I was like, what the heck is going on here? And I go to those medical studies and I was like, oh my God, this is bad. And do you know what? I'm just saying, I need to say this. This is absolutely crazy. Scrolling, okay? And I'm like, I don't want to even think what will happen once this young generation, so let's say 20 to 25, once they will be, I don't know, 20, 25 years older.
In charge of the world?
Yeah. And even their children and grandchildren, I was like, holy crap.
Yeah, because
But do you know what? What? Yeah. Do you know what? Crap. I will shut down the whole crapping grid. No, I mean, I will shut down the internet, and I was like, they will be in spasmodic what so forth, because they will not, how can I say it? They will be in some sort of shock 2 minutes after the internet, not 20 minutes.
I would be in shock.
No, not me. No, not me. I'm not using internet, except our pre-arranged times for recording shows and so forth. I am not using internet. I am using internet, I mean, for example, okay, for some medical studies and all kind of that stuff, or not only medical studies. I mean, I'm saying medical studies, I'm crazy. Scientific studies, but yeah, medical, do you know what I mean? It's pretty much scientific, but all kind of scientific, fields. But this is it. I am not, except that this is 80 to 90% of my internet usage. Getting scientific studies, okay? Believe me or not.
I believe you. I believe you. But what about isn't the world going more into this digital thing? That's why we end up in 2077, right?
Do you know what? Yeah, I now I got you. Okay.
So what do you have a prediction for 2024, or you're just
Yeah. I've got prediction that it will be the shock if even for 1, 2, or 3 days. I don't want to say it will happen, okay? But which kind of shock will happen or will occur if the whole grid I'm talking about internet will be shut it down, I don't know, in Europe or in North America, in US and Canada. And
but why do they want to do that? It's stupid. It's a stupid.
Give me a second, I will tell you. Because people will lose their minds. People will go in mental institution, or there will be rages. Do you know what I mean?
Be a lot of deaths. There'll be a lot. People will start breaking into.
But give me a second. But that's the problem. And like 25, because look, the internet started in early 90s. Okay, early 90s. But pretty much till the start of the Google, 1998. Only very seldom, it was super seldom, it was unique. 95, maybe 99% of internet users, there were only just a few internet pages. It was super slow. Do you know what I mean? Super
slow. It was meant for the techie people. Yeah.
Give me a second. Do you know what was the main, let's say, usage of let's say main traffic? Emails, right? And you don't need to have, I mean, give me a second, there was no Gmail or what so forth. There were email clients, so pretty much you've got a Microsoft, and as we have Word and Excel and all kind of that stuff. They've got Outlook, right? Or you've got Firefox, and you've got, I don't know what is.
Yeah, we get it. Yeah, so there's all these different.
Yeah.
How much does it cost to make a phone call? How much does it cost to make a phone call from the U.S. to Europe or U.S. to Asia? And then how much does it cost to send an email?
Give me a second. That was another problem. The people, the easier communication, and the easier and the cheaper communication gets, the less they can and want to talk. Look, isn't it true? Because if you got like
I don't think so.
If you got crazy amount to money to spend for even one, I don't want to say stupid phone call, but you need to get like, okay, bullet points, and of course there were no notebooks and all kind of that stuff. It was super expensive to buy a desktop computer, laptops. They were, oh my god, it was crazy expensive. And you just write bullet points, okay, to notes, I mean like paper, and you call as short as you can, and that was it. Effectiveness. And now, do you know what is crazy? This young generation, they don't have pretty much nothing in their heads, because their answer, okay, and I don't know, for example, in which part or in which century and which kind of style, building style was this and that building built. I don't know. What? Why? It is in London, or it is in Paris, or it is in
That's the
Boston.
education.
And give me a second. And do you know what they said? Nah, I will Google that. And I was like, oh my
That's
God.
the educational system is not teaching. That's a whole other problem, Peter. That's
Yeah, but it is not. I'm not saying particularly in US. It is everywhere in the world, and I'm
no,
like,
I know that, but the educational system has deliberately been. They want to dumb everyone down. So
and this is it.
yeah,
I don't want to say the craziest prediction in the world, but I will be so happy for 1 or 2 days to have, or to, how can I say it, to observe.
I understand your point, Peter, but I just want you to think of one thing. How many people you were concerned and you were upset that so many people just died from that shooting? Thousands will die. If the services get cut off and people can't, get emergency connections, elderly, the electricity, say if it happens in the wintertime, people's houses will get ruined. There's so many different things that could happen.
That's my question. That's my question. There's like, nah, I need to get like accountant, for example, okay? We've got computers, we've got this, we've got that. Jessica, it is not just like that, because it is like, oh my God, I need computer to do this, to do that. And for example, okay, the wages, how to count wage, right? I mean the salary, okay? But like in 60s or 70s, no matter if in Eastern Bloc or Western Bloc, there wasn't in a normal institution, right? Institutions, my bad. And the private companies, there were no PC, okay? PCs, no, okay? And the accountants need to calculate it in their heads and to use calculator. So that means, do you know what I'm trying to say? It is like, as you said, okay, it's fine. I mean, it will not be fine, but I'm just trying to say it will be fine to get back to 60s or 70s world, just in order to people let think differently. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, be more mindful of the earth and
exactly.
Be outside and a lot of people they're creating a weird culture right now because everything's artificial.
This is it. Artificial. Yeah. Oh my God.
So there has to be
just by the way, artificial. It is 20 years, even maybe more than 20 years, because I was in Japan in 2006, and it wasn't nothing new that you can get. I am calling it married, but I don't like to say marriage, with Android and people, not with operating system in smartphones. It looked perfectly like a human, like men and women. And even the material that imitates the skin, it just, by the way, it is TPE, thermoplastic elastomer or something like that. And I was like, it wasn't just like that. It was absolutely perfect. And I was just talking and all kind of that stuff. And those guys, they were guys, and they asked me, okay, what do you think about her? And I was like, yeah, normal woman, intelligent, and all kind of that stuff. And they said, nah, she's not a woman. And I was like, what?
So you're afraid?
She's transgender, and they smiled even more. They didn't laugh, but they smiled. She's a android, and I was like, in this time, I was like, hey, stop. She's a robot, and that's the stuff in Japan, and I was like, holy crap.
So that's you're afraid that that's going to happen everywhere.
Oh, hey, give me a second. Absolutely, I am not afraid. It is only
I used the wrong word, but that's your concern. Is that
give me a second. It is not concern. The question is, it is not like if. The question is when this will happen. And I'm like, because now we are having chat GPT, we are having artificial, like, I don't know, you are making a photo in a smartphone and all kind of that stuff, post-processing and blah blah blah. But that, like, oh my god,
like the celebrities are doing, changing their what they look like on their Instagram.
Oh my god, yeah, exactly. And that's my problem. From my point of view, next year, 2024, from certain sources, that will be the breaking point. They will be massively, the corporations, they will massively start to export androids from Japan to rest of the world.
Well, like Detroit becomes
pretty much it will be Detroit become humans case scenario. Yeah. I don't know if it will be 2024 or 2025, and you will have no clue if you are talking with a real human or with android, period. And I'm like, oh my god, because in Japan there is so much androids, and it is the, do you know what I mean, the need, I mean, people want them too much. And of course it is like approximately 1% of people living in Japan are not Japanese, but there are a lot of tourists in Japan. They go to Japan and they love androids for all kind of the stuff, all kind of reasons, my bad.
But I'm sure they get affected when they're interacting with androids.
Give me a second, of course they are. And that's the stuff. And I was like, oh my god. So this is from my point of view, I will be only like, oh my god, keep the fingers crossed that this prediction will not come true for next year. Because if they start to export androids from Japan to rest of the world, it will be start of the end. Oh my god.
I agree. Well, with that said, I just want to say thank you, Peter, for your time. And I know that you're still recovering. So very, very happy to have you back. And
yeah, thank you very much. We more than doubled the time, but I was kind of happy. It looks like it is the whole show. What do you think, huh?
Almost, yep. We're gonna have a long New Year's show, that's for sure.
Yeah.
You're not the only one.
Yeah.
But okay.
I am happy. I'm happy. And as I like to say, I want to say big thank you to giving me another opportunity to be in your channel, and I'm looking forward for next time. Till then, hold tight, stay safe, stay healthy, and hold tight, and bye-bye.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Thank you again.
Hi everyone, I'm Olaf Anderson, agent and super soldier. A big thank to you, Jessica, for having me as a guest on your YouTube channel. Since 2016, I have been in direct contact with ACIO. I would like to use this opportunity to thank you, Jessica and Peter, for the help you are giving me, especially filling me in because of my memory loss. As you guys know, I have only fragments of available information. It's a lot of pieces, so it's kind of hard sometimes, yes. But the access to the ACIO records from different missions are of high value. Many of my memories are blank slated because of high security clearance. I've been given they gave me the clearance because of I'm involved with Kruger Corporation and ACIO. So I'm still using a lot of time putting things together. I cannot and I will not show my identity. I am not allowed to do so. Not yet. Time will tell. My role is different from others who has stepped forward. To those of you who know who I am, especially members of the Special Operations Unit 374, I want to thank you all for the year that has been. It's been an honor to meet new guys as well, new team members. Let's continue our cooperation and private conversations and roundtables. Let's share our recalls and knowledge. Let's continue our missions for our planet. 2023 has been a challenging year for me. I've dealt with several Unit 374 recalls. Our unit came back from a mission that lasted 88 years. I have some thoughts for 2024. I think it's necessary to practice meditation and self-healing methods. Actually, I would hardly recommend Tibetan singing bowls. These frequencies and the hertz levels will stabilize your chakras. They will make also sure to drink purified water with quartz, amethyst or rose crystals. Of course, they have to be cleaned, but these quartzes are of a very high value. Their vibration is pretty high, so when you put these crystals in your water and drink it, your chakras, they might stay open, aligned, and balanced to function optimally. Our missions are what matters the most. It's all about preparing humanity for what's coming up in the near future. I'm proud to be part of missions and projects that lead us toward the right direction, into a positive future or a positive timeline, positive outcome for everyone. You know, our planet vibrational levels are rising. You can just look it up for yourself. Check it out, the Schumann resonance. these hertz levels are rising, and more is coming in 2024. Therefore, it's so important that that your personal vibrational level is kept as high as possible. Don't let any negative thoughts pull you down. Surround yourself with like-minded people. Spend your time, as much as you can, spend your time in nature. Tune yourself into these nature frequencies as much as possible, because it will calm you down. It's like a therapy for your brain waves. Do everything you can to stimulate your chakras and to rise your vibrational level. So Happy New Year, everyone. Bless you all. And we'll see you next year.
All right, so I just wanted to welcome Anthony Zender here from Unit 374 and Kruger and any of the other teams that he's been involved with. Appreciate you being here, Anthony, and looking forward to an interesting conversation with you.
Yeah, Jessica, it's good to be here, and like here we are again at the end of another year. It's like we've done this now for like I think it's been like 3 or 4 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, like but that's what I'm saying is it's interesting because we've maintained our connection for that long through this time, and each year, you know, things have been changing and stuff, and we've been able to be like witnesses to that, and people that are putting out what's been going on with the change, and that's what was leading me to what I sent you today with the synchronicity that I had.
Yeah, tell us how that happened.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right. So that's it, because I do a lot of meditation, like
right.
every morning I meditate. Every morning I'm always creating my day before. I'm always thinking about what I'm going to do before I do it, and then I fulfill what I do. So I always get the fulfillment of thinking about something and then fulfilling it. And so I've always been doing that every single day for years now. And with that, I have gotten synchronicities, you know, which people will experience in their life, you know, but it's individual to each person. Each person, it's going to mean something to you. But when you can actually have it means something to someone else, that's when you really know you're experiencing some synchronicity. And basically every day I've been imagining my future, like for years now, and putting the you know, creating from thought, like my reality. And it is there's a language to the universe, and there has been many times in my life where that language is like talking to me, and it's through synchronicity.
Well, I know that you know you do a lot of spiritual work, and I know that if you spend a lot of time in meditation, it does something to you. Like you're stepping out in a way. You're going into these other planes of existences, and if you've been doing it long enough, like I could just go right into it. I could sit down for 2 minutes and I'm gone. Like, you know, when people have regressions or whatever, you know, it takes them a little while in a process. I'm like 2 seconds. I'm right there. I'll tell you everything that I see. You know, it doesn't take a whole lot. That's from continuous meditation. But it does something too where you're like, people have asked me, or they say you're a little floaty, you're a little like what have you, and I'm like, yeah, you get this like little high from it. Like, I don't do any drugs whatsoever, nothing, right? But it's such an incredible experience when you can go to that place, and it just becomes euphoric, you know. If you
I mean, you get there, and it is definitely a lost art in this day, and you know, you can practice it, and you can get to that point of where I've actually discovered, like, you go from consciousness to unconscious. Like, there's a point where you slip into unconsciousness, and that, like, once you are able to get to that point, it's basically like being able to go to sleep when you want to. You know, and then you get the unconscious with that. So through my like 6 years of practice, 7 years, you know, I've been able to get to that point, and that has been the most beneficial thing in my life that I've been able to like attain.
There's a lot of challenges, you know, you see things going on around you, and a lot of things are really hard to watch, and you know, you don't want to not be in denial of what the truth is around you. But sometimes it creates like a pressure point, you know, like a boiling over kind of feeling, and so instead of losing control, you regain that control. You go back into that space, and you take care of whatever it is that you need to take care of. You release it. You maybe send good energy toward it. You do something, or, you know, like I work with clients, I'm constantly trying to help people pull them out of a situation and what have you. And I know you do things too for people. I know whether they realize it or not, you use your energy for the betterment of
Like
humanity.
with it's interesting because, like, you mentioned that, like, with what I am doing, or, you know, is there's a show actually called The Magicians, and there's a character on there called Penny, and he's the astral traveler, you know, and he can go to all these different dimensions, and but like as that person gets more evolved in their craft, they can bring other people up to their level, you know, to where they can bring other people to where they are. And that has been like my endeavor to do here, is because I know I came here at this time for a reason, and that was definitely for ascension. And like I just said, what the picture was that I sent you.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was what I experienced today, was through meditation, you know, through years and stuff, getting synchronicities. I came across and something that I've never seen today, or seen in my reality, but it was a place called Ascension Avenue. And
Yeah.
I was just looking, I was doing studying on my phone and stuff, and then I looked up, and you know, and that's when the angelic, you know, things are, because that's what, you know, we all know how synchronicity works. Like, you get the times where you look up and you don't know why you're looking up, but I just looked up and bam, it was Ascension Avenue right there. And
You did that you brought that up to me before, but you saw a street sign that said Kruger on it. You sent me another street sign because we were supposed to
yeah,
have a meeting or something, and You just sent me that sign, and I know how it works because it does happen a lot if you're open to.
There's divining going on with your higher self in 3D. You know, your higher self is talking to you through the universe in symbols through the 3D, and that's how it connects. That's your like angelic connection and stuff. And so that's what I understand what's happening to me. You know, through my spiritual practice and stuff, I'm connecting with my higher self, my my soul, you know, and that's actually what I actually understood was a key component of becoming one of the enlightened ones, which are the Illuminati, which are the Pythagorean Illuminati, and the real enlightened ones, which is an actual real secret society that is has been like that contains all of the knowledge of thousands of years that's been being kept hidden in secret. And that's another part of my mission, is to get that knowledge out, because my whole book, which this is it right here.
Oh, make sure that, yeah, get the light on it.
Yeah, I'm sorry that the light's gone, but this is the book that I just came out with. It's called Son of the Morning, and it just it explains everything that I'm remembering. and that's all I'm trying to talk about, is because I remember the past, because I remember past lives, and I remember right now what I'm going through, and I'm remembering the future too. And in the mystery schools that I'm in, they actually talk about one of the lessons is remembering the future.
Remembering the future, not many people do remember the future, but there's
Right.
some people that are tapping into it for sure. And those that are doing their work, their meditation, it's opening up to their gifts and abilities. And you know, everyone is looking for a shortcut, right? They're looking for some way to figure out some of the things that we talk about, and there's no other shortcut.
And most the thing is at this, like they're physical. It's a physical thing. They're looking for physical money things to solve their problems. But the thing is, the progress of the soul on this earth is the only thing that matters. And this is a portal, you know, to the next life.
Right.
So like that's what I've understood, and that's why I'm so spiritual. That's what gives me the confidence that I have about the knowledge that I have about manifestation and everything that's happening, that's coming from the future. I'm like extremely positive. I've always been positive throughout all these years.
Yeah, you have a very resilient, very unbreakable spirit, and that's because your connection to the divine is really strong, and so you will see through your path without any difficulty, whereas others, that they may have a strength about them on the outside, but if they don't understand who they are and where they're from, they're not going to have that resilience and strength, because we all get hit by the storm, energetic storm, psychological storm, challenges, physical challenges, you know, abundance, lack of abundance, what have you. And so you really need to know who you are and what you're doing, and that you're in your soul journey, the one that you were meant to follow through with, that you don't get derailed. And so
speaking of getting derailed, and talking about soul journeys too, is because like what I have found is you can learn all this stuff that's going on outside of you and stuff, but it's really actually what's going on like inside of you. And
Yes.
the more inward you turn, and the less you focus on the exterior, like the exterior is part of it, and it's all, it all obviously is part of the whole, but that's what we need to switch into, is focusing inward, because they've got they've used tactics like bread and circuses, and all of that, and the elite. Actually, there are many terms that there can be used, but there's also the panopticon. The panopticon is actually a term that's used to describe the surveillance state. And Rome had it back in their day. So it's exactly the same thing that we're going through now. And waking up to the truth, like part of waking up to the truth is that we have been slaves, like, and accepting that is part of that. And part of my book that I wrote was Maximus in Gladiator saying, I am a slave, and what difference can I make? But there have been revolutions in the past. There have been American Revolution, French Revolution. All the revolutions that have happened have been for the same thing that we're going through now. Like it's just like a cyclical thing.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true. It's true.
And
we're repeating things because we haven't learned. And that's what they say is the learning process. And if you don't learn, you have to repeat it. Because there's a purpose in learning. It enables where our goal is not just to run away from this reality, but to understand it. So, we want Ascension is becoming aware of things that were important, what we thought were important, what are not important, but we have to come to that realization that they're not important, and then we go up to another level so that we can then be more interactive with the galactic community. We can't do that. We're limited on technology. We're limited on a lot of really good things, but we can't do it because it keeps on turning into being utilized for warfare or something negative, which is a lower vibration. So as we're starting to become entrusted with certain things, then it gets taken, and then we drop down again in consciousness, and we're in this constant cycle of rolling the stone up the hill. Like in the Greek myth, you keep rolling the stone up the hill, and then it comes back down again, because when they entrust us, we blow it. We need to stop doing that. We need to take the technology and create free energy, enlighten the bills of people that are, just trying to make a living, and create other means of abundance for everyone. We're not supposed to be here. No one has the right to oppress anyone. That's a violation of the spiritual laws.
Like the first thing that's gonna like happen is through knowledge, and educating the people. And because basically the secret of freedom is educating the people.
Right.
And the secret of tyranny is not letting them know.
Right.
And what they have done is they've cut off our divinity. And they've done that through religious means, which can be done through the like, I could get very deep into it, but I won't. But they also have done that through economic means, and they have done that through political means. But here's the thing, though, is that there is a answer to each one of those things. And for like because the nature of the universe is to evolve. And we are at a point where we've been, obviously by the elite, taken advantage of, enslaved, but that is going to lead to a revolution again, because this has always happened. But this time around, it's going to be, instead of a violent revolution, it's going to be a velvet revolution. You know, and
there was a war called the Velvet Revolution in I think in the Czech Republic. Did you know that?
I didn't. I actually didn't. That's the only way that it can be done, is through a not violent means, and it's gonna come through educating the people, educating everybody about the truth. And they're like, fortunately, there actually always has been an organization that has stood against the elite and the cabal and all of them, and it actually has been the Illuminati. The Pythagorean Illuminati has always been the ancient secret society that has actually opposed the elite. And through my life, I understand that I've always been a part of them, because I remember being a Knight Templar, and there's a lot to Gnosticism, but I wrote about it all about it in my book and stuff. But it was exterminated in the past for a reason. We knew about reincarnation. That's why it was exterminated. But I'm coming forward as like one of the ones that remember their lives as a Templar.
You're talking more like the Ascended Masters and some of the Hermetic teachings and things like that, right? So where they had an awareness of the composition of the earth, like in the many laws. Like I said, you are mistreat people, it comes back. There's an ebb and flow to our universe, into the way
that's what they know. The secret societies know. My specialty is like in the secret societies and their knowledge. And one of the main things that I'm saying is that the Illuminati, the enlightened ones, the Pythagorean Illuminati, are not the bad guys. That's a conspiracy, like, that needs to be cleared up, though, because as long as people think that the Illuminati are the bad guys, which they are not, though, because they have always been the ones throughout the whole millennia of time that have been standing against the elite. So
the original Illuminati, because there's two different Illuminatis, right? There's
yes, there is.
Yeah,
there is, though, but the really, like, the whole thing that I don't even care about the dark one. I'm trying to bring about the light one, because
just so, but for people's sake, so they can understand what you're saying, to differentiate between the two, because using the same term or name. And I'll tell you, years ago, the first radio station that I was on, it was called the Illuminati Network. It was the first radio station. It doesn't exist anymore. But they did that because they were regaining exactly what you said, regaining the term that they knew belonged to the good ones, to the good. Yeah.
Yes, that's my whole mission. If you go on my site, theimmortalskeep.com, I have actually made a whole list of every single book that they wrote, that you can get a hold of on the armageddonconspiracy.com. And when I found them back in 2016, I knew I found what I was searching for. Like, and so since then, I have been involved in learning about the whole 160 books that they wrote, and it has enlightened me to what is happening. Like, it's the most greatest compendium of knowledge that's ever been put in together, like, ever. It's of all the books that I've ever read, it's the most interesting. It explains the nature of reality, the purpose of existence, every single thing religiously, politically, philosophically, economically, spiritually, like everything you could ever think of is contained in that knowledge.
I have a question for you. So I know that from my experience, the things that I'm connected to, say that I'm talking about a council of some sort. When I go into my meditation, I may have a conversation. I may see myself at the table. Do you have those experiences with this group that you're interacting with?
That is funny though, because yes, I do. I do.
Yeah,
When I go to sleep,
Yeah.
when every night, every single night I do. So they are coming from the other side, and so we're having the same experience.
Yeah, well, there's different ones, there's a lot of stuff out there that people don't realize. And there's different groups, and there's some
the main thing to realize is that they're coming from a reality and existence from outside of ours into ours.
Yes.
And they're contacting us, and then we're learning what they're bringing, and then we're bringing we're bringing up into their level and meeting them, and so contactees, all these people that I've had experiences are getting actual experiences from good people, or good beings or bad beings, but it really is a sovereignty issue, because you don't want to give your power away to anyone else. You just want to learn from what's going on and empower yourself.
Well, technically, when you already have so when you're in those spaces, it's you, but it's you from like maybe in the future too, like you're or thousands of years in the past. So it's almost like they know who you are.
No, that's a good point though, because actually in the Star Trek series, I forgot, it's a new one, Star Trek. It's the one where the black woman is a captain, but basically there's an episode where she sees herself from the future come back to herself.
Yeah.
And that's what happens to people that have been involved in my labs, and that have been involved in spiritual like regression and stuff.
But if we're supposed to go into the future to help bring in the information, it's kind of like what Peter does too. He is he's a part of the future that he brings back and then shares with us. So it has a higher purpose, to provide. It's not for personal gain, but to provide, to inform us of what's going on. And I know that you have that connection as well in a different way. It's your own unique connection.
Right. And it's getting more clear, as time goes on, like the sources of information are kind of getting questionable, and like for personal gain or whatever, what are they doing this for? But like I was in the military, like I know I'm involved in this basically I mean I'm involved every single day and night. I'm involved in being involved in the program, being involved in time travel and understanding it. Like I actually came up with a term for TIs or my labs, which is called chronosthesia. Like actually I didn't come up with the term, I saw it online.
Yeah.
but that's kind of what we experience, though. It's chronesthesia, though, because we've been involved in being taken out of this time, mind wiped,
Yeah.
being involved in 20 and backs and all that stuff, and then you're just kind of like, something is going on. like
It gets really weird. It gets really weird because you're like I was in weird places last night, and I woke up and it's like, where am I? It's like, where am I? What day is it? What, you know what I mean? You start going through and it's really bizarre.
Yeah, and then you come back and it's even more bizarre.
But I'm saying that's exactly what I'm saying, because while I'm there, I mean, I was in this place last night. I mean, the vista, it was like breathtaking. I was like, what? It looked like I was standing on this huge snowball type of structure. It was real. I have no other way to describe it. It was rounded. It was like a globe, a partial globe. And there was like a layer of snow, but it wasn't cold. And I looked down, and it was breathtaking. It was just like mountains, but then it went really, really deep and just vast, like you could see for miles and miles. And I'm like, where is this place? And then you wake up and you're like, all right, where am I? Right?
No, you're explaining exactly what I go through too. So it's, yeah, it's interesting. But what I do know, though, is that like things are changing on this level. Things are like changing. Like this earth is ascending, so we are graduating. You know what I'm saying? Like the catalyst was actually COVID or whatever. I don't, that was the catalyst.
Yeah, there was a bad part to it, but clearly it did do something for many souls. Yes.
It's just clear to see, like, all these things they do against us, is only actually awakening us more and more. And it like, even though it doesn't look so good right now and stuff, like but the thing is actually it is this is us graduating into the next cycle of light, through the great year, which is like a 2600,000 year cycle.
Yeah.
So we, like, what I know is happening for the future is like we are like going to be graduating to the next level of government, because democracy is not by the people for the people. It's actually an oligarchy, a plutocracy, and that's getting exposed. Obviously the people are awakening to that. They don't want the people. They spent all this money on mind control and everything to keep the people from knowing what's going on. But now we're in the age where we are knowing what's going on, and so we're gonna start realizing what's going on and demanding change as a people, because that's the one thing that the elite didn't want, is the people to wake up, which is what's happening right now. And that's going to lead to a change in government, which is going to be to the next level, which is meritocracy, which is the people with the most merit get in the highest positions of government, the people that belong there, because other civilizations have adopted this.
Yeah.
And that's also going to lead to a new religious paradigm, where the Abrahamic religions are going to go away, and illumination is going to come in. And then for the economic system, because a new world order, a new world order is actually something new and something good. something that will change the world. A new world order is actually a Star Trek society.
Yes.
They have online, the intelligence agencies and stuff have been able to create a conspiracy theory and stuff around what a new world order is. So people think a certain way in their minds, so they don't actually know what a new world order is. And so that's part of getting through the journey to truth, is understanding what a new world order is. And that actually is a new religious paradigm, a new political paradigm, a new economic paradigm. And there are actually answers to all those. And the Illuminati, actually, the Pythagorean Illuminati, through thousands of years, have always been the ones, the advocate for a new world order, which is our future.
Well, like you said, the Abrahamic belief system is exclusionary. It doesn't include everyone, whereas you want something that allows everyone to be somewhat included, not by a certain genetic group. So like all of these different areas that they're somewhat flawed, or only a few benefit. I think that kind of paradigm is changing, but it's also, like you said, a new world order is a new world, a brand new world in a positive way. So you can have the same concept in this reality or in an alternate reality, and it comes out different, but the same terminology. But if you have it in the right way, added to Ascension, it can't go wrong. Nothing bad.
We definitely want something new. It's just simply put, we do. So that's what they have been able to, like this is at the high. They've been able to taint that and keep that from people, because an idea, there's one thing that is stronger than all the armies of the world, and is an idea whose time has come. And the idea of something new, other than this, other than Zionist capital, free market, capitalism, predatory capitalism, religious paradigm, Abrahamic faith, based on Abraham hearing a voice telling him to kill his son, which is, you have to just just
obey.
Question that. You know what I'm saying? You have to just question that. And then the economic or the political, economic, and what is it? Political, economic, and religious, or political, economic.
Yeah, and religious. You saying the three-part? Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's all combined.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the old world order. That's the elite. That's what they've created, the system of control. But what is going to happen?
Government and religion, like in the Catholic Church, and they kind of merged the government, religion, and belief systems, and how you obey in society and so forth, kind of combining that in certain societies. And that was also like an experiment for them to figure out behavioral responses to what different control systems would do. And so in the future, in the higher dimensional plane of existence, we don't need those control systems, because we already know and understand, the parameters of what is right and what isn't, and respecting towards one another, which is for everyone equally, regarding there's no status. There's but this is not socialism. It's just the way that people were intended to interact with one another, and somewhere we
no, it's not social. The Illuminati have written many books on this. It's actually called National Socialism. It is the next higher form of government that they have kept out through democracy, because democracy got completely infiltrated. So we actually, like, the benefit is, like Peter has even said, the government is there. We don't have a government right now.
Right. Yeah.
Like he has said that, and that's important to realize, because when the time comes, it's going to be up to the people to actually, because to determine which way we go. And having a meritocracy, understanding the religion of illumination, which is that anyone can become God, and any soul, any spirit can become God through the hero's journey, which that can be done. And through the resolution of the economic problem, which through free market Zionist capitalism has been established, but national socialism, or not national capitalism and social capitalism, is the antidote to free market capitalism. And the Illuminati have laid out the whole plan in their books. And there's a reason why they've done this, though, because it is what is coming. It's what's going to happen, because our future is a Star Trek society.
Give us a quick example of how that would operate. I mean, do other leaders, I mean, how do you perceive it? Are there those that are in leadership?
Okay, well, okay. Thank you for asking me that question. I will get into very controversial topics right now, but I can explain them all. Because the first thing that needs to be done for meritocracy to be implemented is that 100% inheritance tax has to be implemented. Now, through 100% inheritance tax, what 100% inheritance tax does is it takes away the money from the elite. You know what I'm saying? It keeps them from passing down the money in the family to keep the power.
Or monopolizing the world through their control.
Yeah, that's the answer. You know what I'm saying? But people, they have been able to mind control people to not vote that into something, because they already own everything. You know what I'm saying? The 1% own everything. So what you earn in your life really isn't much to pass down. But through a meritocracy, like, there would be actually good people in the government. You know what I'm saying? And the people of privilege would be out of there, and people in merit would be in there. And so the money that is gained back from the 100% inheritance tax would be used wisely in a meritocracy.
But in a Star Trek society, I don't even know if there's any money.
Well, right. That's the down the line. That's down the line. But we have to make the transition, to get there.
Yeah. Well, I think that there's a higher value on money than there probably was ever supposed to be in the first place. And it used to be there was some kind of, so we're in a system right now where those that are in that have the power, that own everything, don't technically like the population. So
not at all. No. Really, we're vermin. We're scum. We're the rot of the earth to them. But the thing is, though, is that doesn't matter, though, because as long as we survive, because we're still here, we're still like we're going to outlast them, because they're tearing themselves down, and we're going to outlast
the spiritual laws, the spiritual rules that we were talking about earlier, that the Hermetics talk about, that you can't break all those rules without destroying yourself, you become an Ouroboros, and you continue to repeat certain things, and you get out of the field of influence. You cut yourself out, essentially, right? So, yeah, it's a tricky game, but you know, in the end, you're right. We do. The population wins, you know, in this scenario, even though they know it too. That's why they're trying to diminish us. They know that what their outcome is, because they can feel, you know, the disintegration and their soul, the life force is they're cut off from the God source. They can feel the separation.
True. And the thing is I just want to say, you know, Rebel Moon just came out, and it's timely though, because you know, our souls and stuff, we have been oppressed, you know what I'm saying? And we're coming to that time again of revolution. Definitely. So it's good to know, like, as much as you can know, and be prepared as much as you can, because the reality that we knew is out the window now, and there's going to be some changes happening, like in the years to come. And even Peter has said, you know, in 2032 is when, you know, we should be shifted into fifth density, and either you're going there or you're not, because I understand there's going to be like a split, you know, and that's why the spiritual progression is the most important thing, you know, rather than, you know, having material things and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's abundance. We're here to have abundance, but not to have, you know, an imbalance of haves and have-nots. And I couldn't have said it any better, Anthony. I think I appreciate you coming and talking to me about that, and to giving people a lot of hope for the future, looking at things from a spiritual perspective. And I know we talk a lot about soldier work, but you know, sometimes there's leadership and introducing ideas that people are afraid to go into and think about. And it's thought-provoking, some of the perspectives that you have. And I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your work. And Happy New Year.
Thank you, Jessica. That does mean a lot, because you know, we've been through a lot, you know, through the years. Like, we've actually been like it's been interesting, and we do. I really believe that we're going to be a light, you know, to people in the future. You know, that's why we're here. So every year I actually do get stronger. I get more healed. I'm more healed and stronger than I was last year. So it's looking good, and that's the thing is they know they know how to control us, and the way to do that is actually through creating something completely different. And that's what I learned from the meditation that I did. I learned in Ramtha's mystery school, you know, just to meditate every day, and you create your reality every day. You think about what you're going to do every day, because thought is where it all comes from. So if you think about something before you do it, and you bring it into this reality, like you're practicing manifestation.
Like
And the better
Ascension
that,
Street.
yeah, the better that you get at that, the more you can bring in.
Yeah, like Ascension Street. You
That's true.
manifest
Yeah, that was clear to me. Like, I'm like, okay, because in my mind, I'm ready. I'm ready for the next level. You know, I'm always thinking that. And then you get something like that shows you that you're to the next level.
That's awesome.
And
Anthony.
we have another, so this is the end of the year, and now we have a whole nother year ahead of us. And the thing is, though, is that instead of like letting the year happen to you, you can actually like create your year, like look like with your mind. Like if you just set a little time aside every day and you just create what you want to happen in the future, it will benefit. Because I've been doing that for years now, and if I hadn't done that, I definitely would not be where I am now. I mean, not saying that I'm, in the greatest place, but I definitely have an understanding of reality.
Yeah, well, you either manifest something positively or you manifest something negatively, or even if you don't try to manifest anything at all and think your life is supposed to just be a flow, then it might go in a direction you don't want it to go in, right? Yeah.
Very, very true.
Intention.
Like we're all masters. We are all masters. Like we all have control over our lives, and that's meditation leads to that, and so that's definitely what I'm promoting.
I'm right there with you. Yeah.
Yeah. It takes some time. It takes time. You just gotta work at it. But we have time. And we can do it.
I agree. Yeah. Some good stuff, Anthony. Yeah, we've been through this many times. You and I've had many discussions over the years, and yeah, it's good to see. It's been an incredible journey up to this point.
The years have gone by fast.
They have.
That's why it's important to use your time, to the best of your ability, because I'm starting to understand, like I'm 38 or 39. I'm not saying, but I'm starting to understand that wisdom to use, get the most out of your time in this life.
Yeah. Do things that you feel are purposeful, have meaning, and are true to your heart. Right?
Because this life does lead to another. So what you do in this life does depend on what you do in the next one, which is important.
And it's an exciting journey, even though it's difficult, it's challenging. There's always something happening, isn't there?
There's meaning to life. Yeah. And I actually ended my book on that. The purpose of life is absolute meaning.
100%. Yeah. That's good stuff. And people should buy your book and learn more about. Yeah.
Just it's just some of the more, like I'll give you a link, and I put my heart and soul into that. So it's definitely all from my soul.
I know it is. Yeah. So looking forward to what's more conversations in the future and more experiences as things go on. But it's always a pleasure to talk to you, Anthony.
Yeah, Jessica, it's likewise. And just to everybody that's listening, just like every year, always keep up the hope, the inspiration, and the motivation, and just take things one day at a time, one breath at a time, and just make a goal and start and finish it, and then move on to the next thing and keep going.
Absolutely. Well, thank you again, and we're going to look forward to more information from Anthony in the future. And have a happy new year. Okay, so we have the privilege of having Taino here, or AKA Tyson, part of 7-4, who is with us for quite a while now, and we have had the privilege of having him on the team and has been very helpful for many things. And so we just wanted to have you share a little bit about your thoughts about the year 2023 and all the different things that we had gone through to get here.
All right, so out to you, Jessica, Rolf, Peter, the whole Kruger team. All right, Unit 374. This, well, 2023 was I'm seeing it as a big roller coaster sequence of events, personally, and I think collectively as well. But it's, with new groups or corporation, all right, that goes arm against humanity. So through your channel and through shows with Peter and you, and I, RSC, Ransom Corporation. So 2 years, 2022 was Shadow Group. Now another corporation was added, as a group that we have to, let's say, call it, to battle against because of the involvement. So collectively, I like it, even though things went on, a few missions here and there. But I like the fact that the team remain tied together. Or should I say, like, the team that's, because for the people, there's more members, but for the members that's currently, when we're communicating online, yeah, the team was really, I'm going to say it's solid as a unity. That was really good, despite, a lot of things happens. Good, but at the same time, too, let's say, tough moment happened as well. So the team remain, in unity. So this is really what I'm picking up, and I want to highlight regarding this. Mhm.
So we also had that 88-year mission, right?
Yeah.
A lot more is going to come out about that, right?
Yes, indeed. You know what? I still wrapping my head around this. I have some points into it, but yes, you're definitely right into it. Mhm.
So what are your thoughts for 2024?
The team that we made, what we do here, I think it's still going to be the same. We're still, I believe we're in a position to continuously, season after season, months after months, year after year. So for next year, the fact that in here we're tight, working well together, this should illustrate, all right, whether in the different contexts of realities and where we were and where we at, sorry, but I'm seeing challenges as well because of whom we have to face with, all right, so the Monarchs, Mobius, Shadow Group, Redstone Corporation, and that's only them at the bottom. Then you have all the other groups that's part of them that are probably more popular at the surface of Earth. So, yeah, I know we're gonna face challenges, but I'm confident that things is gonna be good as well. To what we do and to really aid humanity.
Yeah, it's a good feeling knowing that we're able to help in that way, and we're also encouraging others to use their abilities to come forward and help and assist, because this is a big job and there's a lot going on. Yeah, and so also want to let people know about your channel, for those people that have seen you on my channel, that even though we promote your channel, we want to make sure that people know where to find you if they want to watch some other things that you're presenting. And you've been doing a show for how long?
2021. Yeah.
Yeah.
2021. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Galactic Talk, and well, you know, I had to do it when I had the idea. I did not know at that time where this was leading through or where it was supposed to go, right? But I knew I had to do it until 2022. A major recall happened and a real life experience happened here. This led me to me having connection directly with Jessica and Peter. And then, you know, it just evolved and um, yeah, it's my channel, yeah, but I don't see it different. Whenever there's things, I go on Jessica's channel and pick videos that her and Peter did in order to put it in a place that I call ACIO. Because I, I know it's really to promote, all right, the intelligence or information data that Jessica Peter has been sharing, the other members as well. And since I'm part now, you know, um, I just can add my little thing into it. So yes, the Galactic Talk, but I feel I work as a unity with you, Jessica. Whenever Peter gets here, um, I try to see if you're available, you know, or if I. It happens probably one time with Olaf. Peter got here, but still, it's not because I invite Peter. Then this is, I'm gonna say, restricted to myself and Peter. No, because I'm always seeing the unity. So, um,
Right.
and I feel it's always work best if the more of us are involved in one show because more is being shared. So yeah.
Yeah, there's different perspectives, aren't there?
Mm-hmm.
And different ways to sort through some of these challenges because the knowledge in the group that we're dealing with, these groups, are very sophisticated. They've been around for over 100 years, maybe longer, and it makes it really hard on us to try to sort through what's going on. So the more people inputting their ideas, and even though you showed up later, it's like you've always been here.
Mm-hmm.
Always been a part of what Peter and I've been doing. And I feel that about the others, where it just sort of like we're carrying on from some other place and just moving forward and recognizing each other from the missions and other things that have been going on,
Yeah.
working together. And so we established some kind of team that in most cases you couldn't put people together, and that, you know, from all different walks of life, and then suddenly, you know, they're cohesive, and that naturally happened. And the only explanation for that is that we knew each other already.
Mm-hmm. That's what it is. Two things. One, you know, I feel it based on tuition, right? There's going to get more recognition from the intel or information, data, knowledge that you are sharing on your channel. All right. Um, you know, everything with SAIO related, Kruger related. Yeah, I feel there's going to be like a leap this year. Um, is it because the way things are going on, you and I part of the same thing, but yet we don't put out there as if like we're two distinct individual, you know what I mean? Well, yes, distinct individual, yeah, but we're from the same team, and having a channel each one of us, we don't act like I got to be better than you or whatsoever. So
No.
because I always give props to Jessica and Peter, whoever, right? So for our team. So yeah, I'm seeing a leap in recognition from the social media. Um,
Yeah.
I think things are turning around finally.
I think that, if we could set a standard that people would be less competitive and recognize, we've been able to do it without any problem, and just, recognize that this is supposed to be a community. And as people are trying to get out disclosure, we're part of the core group of what's supposed to be putting out information.
Yeah.
If people are disrespected, or there's a competition, or we've had problems with that in the past, where people were disrespecting other people's, information instead of just coming together as they should. And it will be so much easier, and I think it will become more contagious for the public to say, hey, maybe they have something. But as long as there is this weird infighting, or just, little comments and negativity on the side, and I know that you understand it, and you've helped us also in that area tremendously, and I appreciate your ability and your video making. You're very talented in that area as well. So you're multi-talented, and psychic, very gifted, and you're doing a fantastic job, and we're very much appreciative of everything that you've done. And plus, the people should appreciate what you have done. And we have our little war injuries, the little talking about the back issues that I had from a few years ago that still kind of linger around, but seems like that's something that's kind of gone around the team a little bit.
Yes. I want to add like two things, Jessica, quickly. You mentioned sometimes in here, right, with our group, we interact with each other, but there's no such difficulty because we already knew each other. So people might not know this. Prior to me starting the channel, prior to me contacting Jessica and Peter, when I was, looking for information online, I've seen you online and I recognize, what I'm saying, something with you. Same thing with Peter, same thing with Olaf, even Mike, right? But I was not, putting the puzzle till then. Anthony as well. And, I was, well, I gotta say, I probably learned about you and Peter from the other channel that, without mentioning the name, but all right. So then after this, yeah. And there's some individual for specific reasons I was paying attention. All right. So I think even without contacting you, I call Anthony or I try to reach him to Facebook. Hey, you know what I'm saying? I got this channel list hook up and bam, so. And when I look back, I say, wow, all the individuals that are part of the group, probably 95% I was either paying attention to or trying to get in contact with one of you guys. So yeah. So
yeah, that happened the first time I talked to you. I remember I just stood there and I was asking my mouth, how do I know him? Like it was a really weird feeling, but I think that's when it all kind of came together. And as soon as Peter saw you, he was like, yeah, I know who that is, and he was excited. And we, of course he's done that with others too that are not necessarily on our team. But it was kind of exciting because I think everyone coming together at this time, there was always, things got more intense. So it was nice to have this group coming together. And it's been good for us. It's been good for us. And I think it's really good for everyone that these things happened.
Yes. You know what? Probably sharing this quickly. Thank you for the compliments that you shared. But I was requesting for this a couple of years ago. All right, so again, I gotta say what really triggered, not triggered, but because there's been several incidents, but the one that really, made like a big knockout was seeing this DR3. I mean, 100 feet away, but up close, like in my face. You know what I'm saying? So I believe it's all part of a choice. So either I embrace it or not. So this is only for people who's probably going through this. If you wanted this, right, and you knew it, there's a point where you got to take you got to take like the step forward, all right, and just go through it, even though people will think you're kind of a little bit out there or crazy, or what I'm saying, you might not get, people might not get, might not understand you and everything. What we do is greater than this. um, it's probably hard sometimes to comprehend stuff, but whoever wants to or has a desire to listen will get it.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, we are out there. But I'll tell you, it's the craziest thing that people that are discovering things now, Peter talked about years ago. And
Yeah.
I like Peter. I like Peter. He wanted to do a show years ago, and I said, let's do a show. And whatever he wanted to share was fine with me, because I'm just like that, as long as it's not hurting anyone. But when
Yes.
things started to manifest what he was saying. And they were way out there, like things that no one would have ever believed about 10 years ago.
Well, yeah, definitely. And I think anyone in the group is a great example. I've read before, on the website numbers group, until I had a recall in seeing individuals from that group, right? Monarch. Yes, I played the game for a specific reason, but you know, I was able, probably it was part of my process to get there. You know what I'm saying? I was able to locate Monarch, even though the logo is not there, but the presence is there physically,
Yeah.
literally, you know. Yes, on mission, I did have some recalls of going through Monarch facilities, being, recently, uh, weird, context of reality involving them, but um, you know what? Got to give shout out to Rolf, because people have been complaining, on and on, blah blah blah. Can hear Peter. Hey, now subtitle, So this probably, there's no excuse now with the information that Peter is putting. Rolf had this idea and putting subtitle. I gotta be honest. I borrow that strategy as well. And, you know, if we can do anything to ease the comprehension,
Yeah.
I mean, we're
That's
doing good.
yeah. But even with the comprehension of his accent and getting through that, the topics that he brings up are hard to wrap your head around, because no one has ever talked about this. No one, to my knowledge, has ever talked about corporations.
No, no. And he shared something, like the Asian community, wherever it's really rooted with the indigenous, right, spiritual system. Peter brought something that I did not know, about Edie specific. Well, so you mentioned Jessica. What I really, I appreciate with Peter is the intel is specific in detail. You didn't say, oh, there's the ET group that, no, you say the 15D Palladians help the people on Haiti through, this hard times. And then we know who was behind the slavery on North America. All right. Then again, one group, 12 the Palladians. So it's really well detailed, and specific. And that's a remarkable, I'm going to say it shows really that he has massive military trainings or, formation, because the intel has to be really detailed and precise and not vague.
Put in reports, right? Correct.
Exactly. So, yeah, there's a lot of things, and a lot of things as well. Sometimes we cannot cover because there's priority, right? Probably when you get him on your show. Yeah, exactly.
Well, sometimes the missions, we have to, some things we just can't share.
Yeah.
That compromise the mission.
Yeah.
Peter, I have many times I have seen things and I'll say, I don't know what's going on. I'm seeing this, and this, and he'll describe exactly what it is, from his perspective. And a lot of times I'm looking at something and he's working on it at the same time.
Yeah.
So that's the team interplay, and
for sure.
And then a group of people will be sitting there and he'll start telling each person what they were doing.
Yeah.
Start going
no doubt.
detail about it. It's pretty wild.
Yeah. And I want to add this too, what I'm saying? Not only Peter, but Jessica as well. So it took me time, but I never questioned when you were sharing things, because people may not know this, because you're not getting this information when she shared with the group, but it looks like random. If she's sharing intel, it's like random data that doesn't have any connections, but yet it has. So whether when we talk about this year about Elon Musk and the game Cyberpunks, when Jessica said, yeah, but he has connection to the future, his ex-spouse Grimes was in the game, the connection. Well, I forgot their name, but the actress that plays in Stranger Things, the other one that played in Wizard of Oz, and
Bobby Brown.
Yeah, Wizard of Oz, and the
Judy Garland, yeah.
Julie Garland, and I won't mention her name, but well,
Hardy Hale.
Yeah.
Hardy Hale.
Yeah. So when you show this, what's the connection between those three? Well, going through there, okay, they're all connected. But like not connected like, because she didn't know. They literally, what I'm saying, share same DNA to a certain extent.
Yeah, they were essentially the same person, but they can be alive at the same time because it's like a surrogate program where they're here, but they're somewhere else in the same time. And I recognize that's one of my abilities. I can recognize the energy of a person. I can recognize who they are. Like it's very quick.
Mm-hmm.
So that was some of the things that I do, and picking through and finding different things. It's almost like I know the Council of Council 5, and the some of the deciphering stuff that I do, that they'll show. It's almost like everything gets laid out, and I'm like, oh, there's this, and this, and everything's coming together. So, and then it's interesting because you bring it in from another perspective. And
but it took me time to get it. You know what I'm saying? But never question it, because I knew there was something solid every time about this. But like, you know what? I started to understand, rewind it and okay, so 5th division, right? No, 6th division of the CIA,
Division.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cicada 3311. Okay. Then okay. So, we also say you have to backproof things, but the thing is, uh, there's no need, or especially for me, there's no need to do this because I can't see. It's like I'm seeing when you share something, I'm not seeing like the tangible stuff, but like the, let's say, morphogenic fields, right? And then, oh, that arrows go there, and then, oh, okay, that's the way I can get it, And
Yeah.
then what? Yeah.
Yeah, this stuff will come in. It's like I'm not emotionally attached to it. It's just information, like data, and it just comes in like that. And it's pretty wild, and it's hard to explain to people, but there is a purpose for it. It's helping us to decipher and figure out as we go along in these missions.
Yeah.
So each one of us is contributing in different ways.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, that's remarkable, And when you look at, hey, I'm planning to probably release, some key information, sorry, that you both share this year. Probably, that which touches, I'm gonna call it, so-called celebrities, because sometimes it might be the route in order to, it's not because it's something appealing. No, it's because of the way things are implanted. It might ease more people now to get aware of, Jessica Marrocco's channel or Peter the Insider, right? On and on. So, yeah, but there's a lot of great things that, we've shared and we've learned. Just Area 58.
Yeah.
A lot of people thought, I've seen this online, 303B, as if it's the thing, as if it's, but,
Peter
I think,
brought it in. Peter brought it in.
yeah.
And
So
others are interested in it now. Yeah.
Yeah, 303B, it's funny, yeah? It's showing it as if it's the latest technology and yeah, from the SAIO, Peter's saying that, well, that's old technology. So it's really, reversing the whole thing now online. Not only on that topic, and the whole thing now. Yeah. But
you'll be recalling more, but I think this year was probably one of the hardest years that I've had.
Oh yeah.
Things going on, and people don't know about it, but I think if we got through that, we can get through whatever is ahead of us and for 2024.
I got you.
Yeah.
Is it because of I won't go into the details, but is it because of the latest event mission?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely the hardest. And also, the challenges that the ACIO helped us with on the East Coast of the United States.
Yeah.
And we're hanging on. That it will continue to be that way, and protection for everyone in the process. Because yeah.
So people, if you go on chat group and you go on the ACIO website and click ACIO database and go to shadow group, I believe this is where Jessica, you design a timeline, right?
Yes.
And it's not the first intervention that the ACIO did against shadow group, because I believe in 2026, the summer of 2022, something was about to happen. I think the Council of Five intervened, right?
There was a 2012, and that was the supposed to be the destruction of the Earth. But that's not on the timeline, I don't think. But yeah, the Council of Five intervened on a few different occasions.
Okay, but I'm reading here. So, Shadow Group stepped through a portal in Florida and jump into the future to create a nuclear event. The Council of Five appear and assist.
That one.
July
Yeah.
22nd. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, they've done that. There was also, which I didn't, the Shadow Group wasn't necessarily involved, although now in reflection, maybe. But they tried to do some kind of weapon attack on Hawaii, and that was before the lasers that burnt up Oahu.
Yeah. Like in the fall, right?
It was a couple of years ago, and
Oh, yeah?
one of my galactic connections, Andronicus, was involved with removing that forest, and Peter said that in one of the shows. I had no idea.
Oh, really? Okay. Because something happened this year as well with Hawaii. Like a massive.
The lasers, there was weapons hitting the island and burning it down. It was advanced, like directed energy weapons, the DEWs.
Yeah. I see.
That was a horrible thing, and I wish that I wanted so much to help. Whatever was blocking that from being helped, I don't know. They have a very strong system over there in Hawaii, and they also have protections and shielding. And people want to help. It's kind of hard to help.
Gotcha.
But the people are very strong, typically. But in this case, they weren't strong enough to avoid that. So, and my heart really went out to them.
Yeah.
Situation, and I feel the same way with some other situations. I know that there was some targeting in different parts of the world, including your homeland as well. And we did what we could to help them as well.
Yeah.
That's when the 15D came through and started helping, right?
Yeah.
It was around the time.
But yeah, I mean, collectively, I would have to, probably like you said, right? We go back and check things. But I say personally, I mean, major stuff happened. That's why I feel as a group, if I look probably on my personal path, the fact it was kind of a graduation stuff because, I'm not where I was physically. So I won't divulge where I'm at exactly, but, I'm not in Canada. So I felt, look, my time was over. But you know what? I couldn't share it probably with my pop, but without into the details, but
right.
Yeah. When I knew how to relocate, I knew it was on behalf of the CIO. So, it can be scary when you do stuff, but I just knew it. You know what I mean? You
knew Jessica? It completely. Yeah. You realized it, and no one told you. You knew it on your own.
Yeah. The way things unfold. I mean, so yeah. So one tiny reason why I'm seeing collectively we'll do good, but I have to be honest, we'll have some challenges, no doubt. But yeah, we're on a good path. Yeah.
Okay, well, I just want to say thank you so much for being here and reaching out to the people and saying Happy New Year and thinking positive for 2024. Any last thoughts?
It's always good, I'm saying, working with you and Peter and the group as well. So, and to the viewers, all right, of Jessica Marrocco's channel, thank you for the support you bring into, Jessica and Peter and Rolf as well, who's in the backseat, but, worth mentioning him. But I mean, I'm glad now more people are picking up. All right, on your channel. I'm not even including the radio. All right, the website is there too. So it's sweet, short, but detail intel on the website, ACIO, you know, uh, website. So happy holidays to everyone, and you know, um, just be safe out there. That's a big thing. Yeah.
And happy holidays to you and your lovely family.
Thank you.
Best wishes and positive thoughts for the future. Okay, so we are joined today with Corporal X and the Peacekeeper, and also helping us on Unit 374, as well as Kruger and even other teams. So welcome, and thank you for being here today.
Hey, thank you, Jessica, for having me. It's a pleasure. We had a blast in the pre-show, right? A lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'm very glad to be here.
Are you telling on me that I didn't record the first part?
No, I mean, that was fun. We had a very great conversation.
It always ends up that we end up doing a pre-conversation because there was, sometimes I don't have that one-on-one with certain people that I'm working with throughout the year, and then all of a sudden they want to catch up with everything. So then we get into other conversations, and they're like, no, don't record that. That's just different information. I was like, oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Starting here. So we're going to get into, I want to hear your thoughts, and I know that you have, a lot of passion and feeling towards some of the things that are going on around the world. And what in the world happened in 2023?
Well, that's a heck of a good question, and that was, I can honestly say that was the craziest year of my life, but also the most interesting one. A lot of growth happened, I feel, on a personal level, but also at a outside level, from in society. A lot of growth is happening, but at the same time, it seems like dumber and crazier and like common sense been flushed down the toilet, and it's no longer available.
That's what we were talking about that earlier.
Where are we, right? Where are we? So as much as there's like some growing and people are trying to empower themselves, it's like the opposite is happening as well. It's like there are forces trying to dumb us down as much as possible and make us like weak and wimpy.
Yeah, well, I think that they were trying to control us in different ways, but like I said earlier, it's almost like they were encouraging people to tell on their own neighbors, to turn on their own family. We're not going to talk to you anymore because you didn't, take a certain jab or something like that. And so you have these divisions everywhere, and people are listening and obeying and cutting themselves off from other people. None of it made any sense. And both of us, we talk about what it's like in the US, what it's like in Canada, and essentially the Americas, experiencing a lot of the same things but a different variation of it. So and it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch what's happening to children, and the way that they're being mistreated and the way they're looked at as if they're negligent and what's happening as far as basic education, and then that's not getting fulfilled, and they're teaching sex education as if that's the priority, so they want them dumb and knowledgeable about sex, which is offensive. It's offensive as a parent. that kind of thing. So, and also, like you said, the common sense part. Are these suggestions and rules and guidelines common sense? I mean, do they make any sense at all? And why are very intelligent people going along with it? I mean, did something happen to them that they can't see through the obvious?
Yeah, and one of the most obvious things that got uncovered is that two-tier system. It clearly some people can't do no wrong, right? Some people can't hide everything they want to hide, not answer any questions, not give a about nothing, while others, I mean, they have a set of standards that is just impossible to obey, and they get slapped. Just what happened with Donald Trump and the ballot thing in Colorado this week, past few weeks. He got barred from being on the ballot because he was part of an insurrection, and he was never charged for insurrection. They charge him for all kind of crap, but not insurrection, right? So he's scrapped from the ballot because he's an insurrector, and the law is very clear. You're innocent until proven guilty. So the guy is not even charged. So they're far from having him guilty of insurrection. And all of a sudden, flip-flop magic, he's back on the ballot. Right? They announced that Wednesday or yesterday. I'm not quite sure. But he's back on the ballot. But there's still a contingency. A court might come and say, oh no, finally we take him. We're going to take him off again.
Yeah, I mean that's
what is that?
Well, I mean, it begins with the fact that someone is not mentally competent to be ruling and running anything, because of their medical state, having any type of dementia or Alzheimer's or what have you. And we talked about this earlier, like the responsibility of our government to not allow something like that to happen. I mean, there are people that, they have some issues. I mean, I remember Ronald Reagan started to go into that phase, and people were responsible about it, and they acknowledged that, this was towards the end of his term. But this is going into the term where the problem was. And like, how is it that the common sense just went out the window and everyone was all for it? And that never made any sense to me whatsoever. Are they in on something that we don't know about? Is there some kind of writing on the wall that says that, hey, we are destroying your government. We're destroying your country. We're going to make sure that everybody is in poverty, and that you give money to only a certain select group, or we're planning on everyone getting destroyed in a war, or what is there some other little piece of information that they left out?
That's exactly. I mean, everybody's talking about the Great Awakening. Well, in order to have the people awake, right, and understand, you have to show them, right? And sadly, humans, especially in our society, they tend to react only when they feel some kind of pain. Because we always like looking for pleasure, cheap pleasure. So when they feel the pain, and it is really painful to watch Biden, just like being lost everywhere and spewing the things he's spewing. And even more painful to watch is that Speaker of the White House, Karine Jean-Pierre, which is, I mean, she looks like a clown in front of the journalists trying to cover for Biden and trying to have any kind of logical communication, being the Speaker of the White House. I mean, she can't hold a conversation, like a logical conversation with anybody, because what the American administration under Biden is doing doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
No.
And just it's the same thing with the Canadian government. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I mean, homelessness is at record level everywhere. The filth in our cities is at record level everywhere. I mean, I don't know about you, but last time I checked in my criminology books, when you see like graffitis, you know, or I think in the hood they call them tags, right? When you see tags in buildings and in neighborhoods, it's not urban art. It's street gangs tagging the crap out of the neighborhood, showing who's the masters, right? So we see that all across the cities in Canada and the US. So who's running the show?
Europe, in Europe as well.
Really? They have graffitis in like the beautiful European cities?
Surprised. I was surprised.
Wow.
I've seen it in the Netherlands. I've seen it in Germany. I've seen it in France.
Yeah.
I believe I've seen it in England too. I'm trying to remember. It was a couple of years since I went there. Yeah.
Oh, yep. I'm surprised too. Europe is always about the funky smells, but I mean the visual is always impeccable and clean, right?
Yeah. No.
I'm surprised. I mean, just like Quebec City.
Yeah.
Quebec, you know, Montreal, Quebec City, we used to have like worldwide a reputation of being like super clean cities and super nice people. I mean, where did that go? I mean, during COVID, I had like mom and pop just like getting out of their ways at the shopping mall, coming and heckling me and heckling others because their mask was not well adjusted on their face, according to their opinion.
Yeah, the past couple of years have been, I have no idea who or what is going on and if there is any thinking involved or is it, like I said, it just feels like a whole bunch of harassment.
Yeah.
It doesn't really feel like there are legitimate, we know it's not a legitimate concern, especially if it's a depopulation agenda. So what do they care if people die from this virus? You know, like what are all these like little like, you know, hang-ups about what you put around your mouth or what, like none of it makes any sense. So
it is scary. It is scary time. Who can we trust? You know, like who's running the show? Who is really in charge? You know, because when you
normal, you know,
when you watch when you watch what's online, I mean, who's in charge?
I don't know. I mean,
Trump, the military,
the ones that have been
the WEF, UN, yeah. Who's in charge?
Maybe Kissinger was in charge. Maybe Soros was in charge. I don't. None of them are competent mentally, I'm sure.
I mean, in Canada, we're a monarchy. So we have a Charlie Boy, the Highland Upper, that is in charge of the whole Commonwealth. Charlie Boy. But I mean, again, when you look at the visuals, I mean, people can look it back. Look at the flags on the Queen's coffin. You know, wrinkled flag. I mean, you look at the picture, you see like the folding marks of the original folding of the flag. When they took it out the bag, you know, it's folded like industrial folding. So you see like the original folds on the flag that is on the Queen's coffin. So in military terms and optics, that's a disgrace to the person under that flag. Because flags are for the military. That's almost an obsession. They have to be impeccable, just like the uniforms. Just like the uniform. So that's another good optics. And the one that died in California, the one that got arrested and they found like a dungeon in his basement and he died. And we had like Pelosi around him and all those, they all came and cried. Well, again, people can look it up, but they had the flag wrinkled and the wrong way, put the wrong way on the coffin.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a form of disrespect.
It's a form of disrespect. And I no one can confirm that for sure, but same when like when Trudeau is doing like public appearances and we see him on Facebook and social media getting totally heckled and disrespected by the people, and he seems to just stand there and and act like nothing is going on. He keeps like shaking hands with the other people around. It's just like, what is he doing? And what are the people doing the security details of these people are doing? I mean, they're driving them everywhere and they bring them what they ask for. We all know what they want. We all know what they do, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think there's like, it's crossed my mind. Are they really any human is going to not like it that they don't have the mass approval in general? You have to have probably a tough skin to be in the public. But for him to not feel anything, sometimes it crosses my mind that there's such psychopaths that some people say, oh, they're professional, or are they thinking, well, these people are going to really suffer later, so it doesn't bother me? I mean, is that going through their mind? That bothers me because I kind of feel that way sometimes.
Well, the new breed of politicians, I mean, we look at Biden. I mean, Biden, I was calling he's brain dead. I mean, when Donald Trump is joking about if we don't even know if Joe knows if he's alive anymore, there's some truth into that. I mean, this guy is not.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost,
he's out of his mind. And the new breed of politicians like Trudeau, Macron, Zelensky, and the one that got fired in New Zealand, and I don't know all their names, but they seems to be completely under spells. And when you look at their background, they all graduated from the WEF and those ranks, and they all come in from political families. It's like the third, even fourth generation of politicians. And they seems like they're under spell. They use drugs. I mean, that's and they are flat out criminals. They
like antidepressants or something like that.
They're on drugs. They're clearly are completely out of their minds. I mean, you have to have balls to be like Zelensky to come to Canada and the States and ask for billions and billions and billions of dollars and tell the public that they're winning the war in Ukraine while they're not winning the war in Ukraine. I'm sorry. I mean, people who believe that the Ukrainian have any chance against the Russian army, they're fools. I mean, they need to go check in the hospital and have some.
With the amount of money that they had, most countries could have won the war 3 times already. So with the amount of money that they've had, most countries could have already taken care of it.
Yeah, but what is happening in Ukraine, right? Why Russia went there? They don't talk about that part.
It can't be going towards equipment and the stuff that they're saying is going. What you see is, I actually had a list somewhere where the banks of Ukraine is like one of the most wealthy banks in the whole world. So all they're doing is just taking that money. I don't know if they're probably laundering it, But so this could go on infinitum. They're going to do this as long as they can get away with it.
Oh yeah, this is what
Free money. It's free money. Think about it. They put it, he's the best actor in the whole world right now. He's the best actor. He was always an actor from the very beginning, and he's really good at what he does. And everyone loves this game of taking their money out of their pocket and say, please take my hard-earned money and enjoy it. Go out, enjoy it, buy 5,000 houses around the world and hide in your bunkers and all this other stuff, and we're paying him.
Of course, everybody loves that. I'm enjoying that. I mean, the money flying like that, right?
Ukrainians, my fellow Ukrainians, thank you. Here, you get your brand new car, you've got your fur coats, you've got everything that you need in your designer clothing. So go ahead and go on and start running somebody else's country too. So we'll own the whole world. Right?
And no one never talks about the collateral damages of wars, which are the civilian population, and that was a big mind control operation as well when they started the first Iraq war, making us believe that they can have like surgical strikes and take out like very, very precise targets. Yes, they can't do that, but this is not what they do. You know, they sow like complete destruction and terror and chaos, and they keep it on and on and on and on. I mean, what are the conversation and complaints that war veterans have, the one that are vocals? What are they complaining about since forever? Well, if I can sum it up in one crude word sentence, war is fucking bullshit. That doesn't make any fucking sense what we do here, right? And they're not crazy, they're not dangerous, but all of a sudden when they come home, they're dangerous because they're questioning what was the goal, right? What was the operational goals of their missions, the real goals? I mean, yeah, there were some fightings, right? There was some killing, there were some missions, but what was the real goals behind?
I mean, I think a lot of people have been asking for a long time, especially, you know, the American people never had a choice of some of the decisions that the government's made to go into war. A lot of people don't really see that there was anything. I mean, it's orchestrated. They make tons of money, and it's hard to watch. And then now we have a huge amount of enemies around the world because of decisions that our leadership made, which here again, the average citizen, we get screwed over by the government, then other governments send their people over to screw us over. And it's like, you know, we didn't do anything wrong. You know, why should the American people suffer for what others have, and they know where the leadership are if they really had a complaint. You know, it's like they did the Nuremberg trials of people felt like there was something that they want to take certain individuals who made those decisions and make them responsible instead of penalizing an entire nation, which converts into a war. So they would rather do that, is to let a whole bunch of innocent people get killed than to take responsibility for what they did for whatever reason that was. Maybe it was ego, maybe it was money, maybe it was a deal that went bad, but they couldn't tell the American people, you know, like,
yeah, but
maybe related to drugs. I mean, we don't know what some of this stuff was related to. Maybe there was a just cause, but maybe there wasn't, you know,
But regardless, I mean, what justification there is to bomb the shit out of a country, right? And
civilians. Yeah.
I'm really sad for the American people, for real, because like you're saying, you're the land of the free, and people are very patriotic and brave, but at the same time they're very worried about their freedom and liberties, and this is the like the chord they're playing all the time with the American people. So when they bring the idea that the Americans are threatened, well, the Americans, they're ready to defend themselves. Well, that is used against the American people, and they use the American military apparatus and powers to do their dirty business around the world. And it's not about the American armies or the Canadian army. It's a world army, but the American have like the most sophisticated equipment and one of the biggest army. So there are the forefront. But in Canada, we don't get that hate from other people around the world.
No.
But we're right behind the American
Well,
army every single time. I mean,
yeah,
our Prime Minister Harper and the others. I mean, when the American president is snapping his finger, he's like, "We need men." I mean, Canadian government, they're like, "Sure, we're going to war. We're right with you. What do you want?" And then Canada is like providing, but always like screwing the Americans as well. They say they're gonna bring some stuff and pay for stuff. I mean, Trump had like powerful speech at NATO about that everybody needs to pay their share, and I believe he built some countries for back payment or overdue payments. Right?
Yeah, and I don't like I know that the Canadians, they're here with us. I mean, they will get affected if something happens to the United States. They're so closely connected in a lot of different ways. And I know
we're the same culture. We have the same stores, the same restaurants, same systems, credit card, everything. I mean, it's just like.
And when truckers were doing, there was a lot of Americans there supporting the truckers.
Yeah.
I mean, as they go between the two nations, they're delivering things. There's a lot of manufacturing that happens up in Canada that comes down, and they sell it to the Americans and vice versa. I mean, it's, and they know that too. They know that. But see, then you're bordering up all the way north into other countries. I mean, there's not much of a population as far north, but Canada's vulnerable too, and I just think that they don't care. They literally don't care. They have their bunkers. They're ready to go underground. I think even the Dutch government was bragging, saying, "Oh yeah, something's going to happen. Just be prepared for." How are we going to be prepared for it? They want to get everyone to get rid of their arms, right?
Well, but, yeah, that's another common sense things that is blowing my mind. I mean,
we can get our baseball bats. I guess that's about it. I mean, they don't want us to have anything else.
What are we gonna do? Just look what they did in Hawaii with the energy directed weapon there. I mean, just like if they want to wipe us out, they can wipe us out. So it doesn't matter if you're a prepper, and even if you have like nuclear weapons and a bunker like 20 miles down the earth, because let's talk about that. The bunkers and the dumps. That's one thing that is a good thing of 2023 and before that. We know for sure that these dumps are getting destroyed and cleaned out, and a lot of children are getting saved from there and are brought to medical ships and some of the med beds they talk about, and some of that stuff is getting activated, but it's not made publicly known at large. and available to the public as well. So we still have that big separation between what is mainstream media is telling the people, and what the people are telling ourselves amongst each others on social media and private groups and
they have
private
different agendas, because they're not gonna say anything like that. They have another agenda for us. Whether anything good is happening or not, they don't want to tell us. They want us to follow exactly what's on their script, and it's either their script or the highway. I mean, it's one way or another. And so with the changes, a lot of this work is done spiritually. It shifts and changes whatever the agendas are or have been. I mean, they had the script written probably I don't know, probably 1940s or 50s. Or they might have even done a turn of the century, because the last time they did something like this was like late 1800s, early 1900s. They had a mud flood then, and they had huge amount of orphans out of nowhere. Like, where did all the parents go? You know, and it wasn't just from a war. Like, everything was really, none of it made any sense. So they did a timeline shift, and they can do it that fast. They can just shift the timeline, and you know, it's a total mess. So that's why the soldiers, the super soldiers, the elite soldiers that are here helping are dealing in a whole different way, that are sustaining humanity in ways that we just can't physically do. We can't certain areas, but we can't do it spiritually. And the soldiers are what's going to make a difference.
And we're tired. I mean, I can tell you, we're going through some hard battles, and what is the most energy draining is all those people that don't know crap about crap, but are proclaiming to be in the know, and giving dates and intels and plans and codes and shit like that. Just like that EBS crap. Let's talk about that for a second. I'm sick of, like, yeah, they're gonna stop everything, and then they're gonna have the EBS 24/7 to expose what is wrong. Well, we just spoke about the media. They're on 24/7. And these guys, they're just like puppets. They're just like doing lip service. So just give them a different narrative and text, and send them on different reporting assignment. And there you go. You have your 24/7 EBS talking about different things, which would be more aligned with the truth and what we need to do as humanity to evolve, instead of the agenda to enslave us and control us. That can be done in a second, right? So why they're not doing this, and why everybody's keeping pushing that idea that we're gonna have to crash everything, have like 10 days of darkness with no internet, no food, no electricity, no communication problem.
What does that prove?
To have like an emergency broadcast somewhere everywhere at the same time, so people can't know what is happening and expose. Just do it with the system we already have. You know,
right. What? No.
Why?
Because if they shut it down, it may take years for us to rebuild whatever. Like, if they completely blow up everything, those transformers, everything, it takes years for that stuff, that whole infrastructure to be set up again. Yeah. And they know that. So it won't be 2 or 3 days. It will be a total wipeout, and it will be dystopia, and people will be killing innocent people, and everyone thinks it's great. This is going to be really cool because we'll get to shut everything down and we get to go into the woods. No, it's not going to work that way. What about all of these thousands of people, children and everything? They're not going to be able to find their parents, or, you know, horrible things will happen. And who's going to take responsibility for that?
Just the people with pacemakers. they're gonna drop like flies. Pow! Just these people. So
Those are that's murder. Just count it. Count all those
and
people. That's murder. I'm sorry.
yeah, and on the but on the energy level, right? On that war, well, having people entertaining that thought, right, and hoping that this is gonna happen because that's the solution to the problems. Well, it keeps that energy there, and it keeps that timeline open, which is complete fucking bullshit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for my language,
You're
but that's
right.
fucking bullshit.
Right.
I mean,
All right, so
people. I mean, people that are awake, they're awake. So that's a done deal. But they're confused because they don't know who's in charge anymore. You know what's what? Because there's a lot of confusion. Because there's a lot of smoke and mirrors, and a lot of people that are pretending to know that don't know, and they have like huge followings, and so they're awake. And on the other part, we have like the unawake, and we call it, I don't like to use that term, but that's to describe, yeah, right? It's like affectionate term. The sheeps, like, you know, the sheeps, like the gullible ones. They believe everything they're told. So one day they're told it's one thing, they'll believe it, and the next day you tell them the opposite, and they won't question it. They'll still believe it. So,
but let me ask you a question.
Get it done.
Let me ask you a question, because this is the way I feel. If they have to shut down the grid to fix something, they don't know what they're doing. They're not qualified. End of story. Find someone that knows how to do this.
Yeah, and the people in the know, they know because they talk about that. There's already like the parallel system. We already have like the good AI that is there and working and helping humanity and sort of combating the dark AI. We
It's
have that.
AI.
We have like the supercomputers. You
Yeah.
know, the white hats, the good guys. We have our supercomputers that is plugged into the good AI, right? And they have like their bad supercomputers that are we're trying to shut them down. So it's already there. I mean, all the systems are already active and running. So like you say, I mean, you don't have to crash everything, you know, on a large scale to implement the new system. You just need to implement it, just and get it done. That just like.
But and if you don't know how to do it, this is not an experiment.
No.
You know? No. If you are not qualified to do this, then get out of the way and let the people that are qualified do it.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's some people qualified to do that, but there's
good people that are qualified to do it.
I believe things need to happen in a certain order.
Yeah.
To make sure we are thorough with the cleanup, so it cannot come back to bite us in the behind in 5, 10 years, 20 years down the line. So we have to be thorough. So I believe that might be one of the reasons there's been a lot of delays, and because the baddies they had a lot of resources hidden everywhere. So they're crazy. I mean, they're crazy.
There's a lot of good people that are involved in this, but they don't know what they're doing, and they're making it worse. They're going around telling everyone, you know, I don't know, a lot of things. Get yourself digitalized, go ahead, and they're telling them to get deeper into the system that should probably be broken down. They're telling everyone to trust people that they don't know. They're literally getting in the way. I mean, they're probably the same group that's part of the puppeting system, but they're not even aware that they're supporting that. it's hard to watch. It's really hard to watch. When it comes to the right time, those that are supposed to be here to help will be here, and they will do it, and they won't be bragging about how wonderful that they are. They'll be in the background, and they'll just get everything done, and it will get done.
Well,
And
yeah, that's how you work in a benevolent manner. You don't go and give money to a charity so you can have your face on social media with that big check, looking cool because you gave like $100 to a community food service, for homeless. That's bullshit. You just go and give you $100 there and be grateful and say to these people, wish you best of luck. Here, I've been lucky, so here's my share, and have a nice day. Don't even mention my name. That's how
I remember.
That's how working for humanity is. It's a selfless act, but it's not selfless in a way that the benefit you get back from that, it's not recognition from it's from inside, and it's from being aligned with your fellow humans, right? Sharing, and that's how you get rewarded from that. It's very it's selfless but very personal, right? And if I may, because I think that's important to say it, because I see it. There's a lot of people in the baddies that have seen that they were in trouble, so they sort of transform themselves and they pose as the good ones and offer help and all kind of crap to people that are in a state of despair and fear and don't know anymore. And these people get trapped like big time. And their problems are getting worse than before while they're supposed to get help. And I've experienced it on my personal level. People are there, they offer help, but you end up just wasting time and energies and giving information, because it's an information warfare as well. So they get information, they get your energy, and they get your time, and they don't work for the good side. They don't work to solve anything, just make things worse, whether they do it consciously or not. Some of them are unconscious, but some of them are doing it consciously, and they are completely posing as good people where they're not at all. Enlightened, and there's a lot of that even in the like yoga communities and spiritual community, new age communities. There's a lot of these people there. Harnessing energies like by doing groups meditation and make people they focus their energy somewhere, but where in fact they use it somewhere else. There's a lot of that. So people have to be like very, very mindful about who they share their thoughts, energies, information, time with. It's not about being paranoid, and it's about setting boundaries and protection for our own souls and spirit and loved one, because attacks and comes from everywhere. That's another part that was crazy in 2023. Like you said, I mean, people are told by media, let's get back to the media. They're told by the media and leaders, so-called leaders, to rat on their neighbor, on their brother, on their children, on their parents, for irrelevant crap, views, thoughts, opinions, habits that are not harmful for anyone's, you know?
No, and it creates tension. It creates
tension
and disharmony, and it's where you live, and it's horrible. Like, you know, but let's talk about what your hopes are for 2024.
2024. I hope that people stop blaming each other and look themselves in the mirror and ask themselves the honest question: am I doing my absolute best? Right? And I mean, we have some areas, yeah, and we have some areas, no. Everybody's like that. So where do we need to step it up for our own sake, but also for the sake of humanity? Because there's a lot of that procrastination energies, you know. Oh yeah, I see someone having a seizure on the street, but I'm not gonna call 911. I'm not gonna assist in any way. Somebody else gonna do it. No, you get involved, man. It's our city, it's our families, it's our children, it's our communities.
Yeah.
We all in it, on the same boat, and all part of it. What they do to you, they do to me. What they do to me, they do to the audience. What they do to the audience, they do it to everybody else. And same goes for me. When I do something to you, I do it to everybody else. And when I do something to me, I do it to everybody else. So when I'm compromising myself, whether any way you want to compromise yourself, there's millions of ways, right? There's like little things like sugar, you know, eating too much sugar, or having a little too much beer or too much food, and big compromisations like being a criminal, you know. Mm-hmm. But we all compromise in some ways. We all make mistakes. No one is perfect. But it seems like everybody is like, when you ask those questions to people, no, they have no problems at all. They're perfect, right? Everything is solved. Well, that's the danger there, and I wish that for 2024 and in the future, that people will be responsible and accountable. You know, you ask a question, yeah, give an honest answer, work with the truth, even though if on the in the moment it might seem scary to tell the truth, because we're used to get slapped in the face by the cabal and the baddies when we try to tell the truth.
Right.
But yeah, and my heart's on the spot, right? Telling, well, it's like your parents, like when you caught, you know, with the hand in the cookie jar. Oh, I'm sorry, instead of being like, no, it's not me. With the dog, right? It hurts on the spot because you know daddy's not gonna be happy, but in the long run, you'll have trust with yourself and with the community. We need to build back the trust amongst the people, you know, and for that it's about honoring who we are, honoring the responsibilities we have in life. And for those that took the oath, to serve and protect and help others, just do it. I mean, don't pretend to serving and protecting while you drive people to and from a brothel and drug and when you do a bust, you keep a little bit for your home parties, right? Because we all know that kind of crap is all happening. So it's a duty for the people that have an oath to not facilitate or camouflage or hinder or counsel people into committing crimes. It's even worse when they are themselves committing crimes. So this is where the cleanup needs to be, and this is where it starts, right? Because if the people in charge of protecting us and taking care of us are not, and they're lying and are hurting us, well, what the heck are we supposed to be doing as normal people in population, right? What is your grandma supposed to be doing at the, against whatever at the care center, if they're, she has like the nurse, the director, the case manager, gaslighting her because she's complaining it's too hot in her apartment or whatever, They're there to care for us, but they're not. They take our money,
Right.
and when
we held in check. They have to be held in check. So I was on a show with someone, and right before they talked to me, a woman went on and on about how the elderly are not being treated right. And so if there's no one there to check on them and to see if they're being cared for properly, things go under the wire. They're just not concerned. And unfortunately, that's the way it's gotten, because people, either they're burnt out. Not all of them. Some of them are, have good intentions, but some of them don't. So, you have to still watch over whoever you're a caretaker for, and their children, your neighbor, adults, elderly people, even, spouses. I know some people that have to look out for their spouse to make sure that they're safe, in a work environment. So that's the way the world is. Maybe at some point in our future, the consciousness raises enough that we don't have to worry as much about those type of things. That's when the consciousness is to increase.
But finding the courage to speak up and to protect each other, and I don't remember if we spoke about that in the pre-show, but having no one has a free pass. It's not because you wear a uniform or a suit and tie or have a certain position that you're above the law, or that you're necessarily a good person or necessarily a bad person. I mean, I've met some criminals with more honor and dignity than people with titles.
Mm-hmm.
With the generals and colonels and politicians and athletes. These guys they're like gods, right? But they have less honor and souls than certain criminals that I've met. So it's not about.
It's about consciousness.
Yeah, and again, accountability. I mean, the criminal, he did some wrong things, all right, but that doesn't mean his whole person is wrong. Doesn't mean his heart is wrong. I mean, there's all kind of circumstances, and doesn't mean, again, it's not because someone has a uniform or pretending to help others, whether in church or in community service groups, that they're necessarily helping people. We've seen that with the Scouts movement, with it's everywhere.
Yeah.
So we don't want to be paranoid, but we also, when we see bullshit, we want to be able to call the bullshit, and the more people that are finding the courage and the heart to call the bullshit, well, the more protected we are. Because when we're singled out, that's when they come in full force and they hammer us, and that's very painful. But when you want to stop a bully, well, it's very easy. You turn the spotlight on the bully, and bully cannot bully anymore because now everybody sees them.
Right. Well, you know what? This is really some good advice. Really some good advice and a lot to think about for 2024. And I want to thank you for being on the show, and Happy New Year to you. And I really hope that everyone takes to heart what you said, because it was some really good advice and well thought out.
Well, thank you very much, Jessica, for allowing me to have that space. And thank you very much for being you and all your support you giving to the team, me, and your clients, and what you do in your personal life for humanity. I wish you the best for the upcoming year, and I wish you peace, calm, and be the best you can be. The beautiful woman you are, strong, powerful women. We need
That's nice.
we need people like you, and we need people to get back to their best self. And if I help by having those conversations, one person, well, I feel like I've done my job. But I'm very thorough, so I'd like to have, it seems like corny, but peace on earth for everybody. And Mr. Trump said it. It's all about the children, and we're gonna stop when the last little children will be safe and saved.
Perfect. I couldn't say it any better, and very kind of you. Appreciate your words. And it's not an accident you called a peacekeeper. So
thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will talk to you next year.
Yeah. Much love, everybody. Be safe. Take care.
I have Navy John here, and he's going to share some of his ideas for the year 2023 and reflections on hopefulness and intentions for 2024. So, hello, John. How are you?
I'm great.
So, we met each other, I think, partway through the year, and started to have all these discussions and discovered a lot of good things. Or at least helped us to get some leads on, groups like the Shadow Group and so forth. But, what are your thoughts about what has transpired this past year? I know it was difficult for a lot of different people. And then you had an interesting trip as well. So, you can go ahead and share on that and let me know what you think.
It's been a crazy year, to say the least.
Yep.
I'd learned a lot, and I hadn't, I had no, intuition on anything that's, happened. I mean, I've known you for a short time and, I've learned a lot, and now that I'm in the 374, there's a lot of good people in there. Seems like I've known them for a while, and it's been kind of a roller coaster year, but I've learned a lot. Delved inside for the most part, do my own kind of research and stuff. I hope this next year is going to be better. I'm optimistic. I think we're moving forward with everything, and I want to wish everybody, a better year next year. And I'm pretty thankful for what I got, you know, and the people that I've met. So it's really all I got.
I'm here with Derek and Daniel, and they are going to share a little bit with us today. So hello, Derek. Hi, Daniel. How are you today?
Hi, we're doing good. Thanks for having us on. Really appreciate the opportunity to chat with you today.
Hi, Jessica. Great to see you.
Yeah, great. No, I think I would love to hear, some of your thoughts about what we experienced in the past year. And I know that we did some videos together, which I enjoyed very much. It was kind of a little sad. We didn't complete it. We had like one chapter left, but it was kind of sad that it was finishing. I enjoyed the conversations. Maybe we have some other topics that can go on. But yeah, tell me what your thoughts are.
Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, no, I definitely enjoyed the opportunity that we had this past year to really promote, our grandfather's material in a way that we haven't been able to do before. Being on your show a few times and really going deep diving into the information that he presented in his book, that was great. We've done that with a couple of other YouTube channels as well this year, which we hadn't done before. So it was a nice opportunity for us to get our message out there beyond just the Infinite TV platform that our Shred the Veil show was originally on, and still is. But we just wanted to get some more exposure. So it's kind of nice to branch out and to see the information be embraced by other people. And the more we talk about what our grandfather wrote about and our experiences with him and what we knew about his testimonies, the more it kind of makes more sense. People can kind of reaffirm our thoughts on whether it was true or not, validating a lot of information. And for me, it just kind of opened my eyes and shed a new light on my belief in everything. Because as Derek and I have discussed on our journey, we were skeptics of some of the stuff that our grandfather talked about because he was the only one we knew of that presented this type of information. So it's been a great year for us as far as getting more concrete validation for what our grandfather's message was and what his mission was to really get this information out to the world and to have a great, a bigger level of disclosure for humanity. So it's been very empowering for us on our journey as well as we can continue that legacy. So it's been really exciting from our personal journey this year. Yeah, for sure. Derek, I don't know if you want to talk about any specifics around what we discovered.
Yeah, like Dan was saying, I think going over the chapters, going through the book, we've talked about the book obviously on other platforms, but I think we've never gone into so much detail as we have with you, Jessica. So it was a real treat for us to really dive into it more and discover more things as we went along. Because even stuff that you had, mentioned, or it just kind of stares at you at the page. Like there's so many things in the book that just start to pop up and that you miss the first time. If you read it once, or even I've read it, I don't know how many times, and something new just stands out, and it's like, how did I miss that the first time? So I almost feel like he wrote the book that way on purpose. And it's like he's saying under his breath, by the way, I was involved with this, or I had direct information about this, but you definitely miss those pieces if you don't know what you're looking for. And so to go along with that, there's so many times we've talked with Peter and you, and Peter's really revealed a lot to us since early in this past year. And I think in February when I first got on with you and Peter, and Dan wasn't able to make that first initial conversation, I knew it was important because it was out of the blue. And you're calling and Peter's on the line and I was not expecting that. And it's like, okay, so there's got to be something here we're talking about. So that's when it kind of all started. Just the whole year started with that conversation, and he was mentioning some programs that I've never heard of, and I don't think you've heard of them before that time either, Jessica, and saying that, yeah, even we were involved with that, the three of us, and that was kind of eye-opening to know that
Swan.
Swan. Yeah, that would have been
something we're involved with. I think you're doing a lot to help investigate and figure out what exact that program is. You know, we're still trying to wrap our heads around that and maybe get some other confirmation somehow along the way. But just building off of that, so many things revealed about our grandfather and what other access he had, clearances, and even organizations. And you mentioned earlier on one of your shows, or a brief highlight, that he was involved directly with the ACIO, and we're kind of finding that from not just your source and Peter, but from another source that apparently has access to that information. So we still, like, we've always been, always had a skeptical mind to come into all this. So knowing that we might be involved directly, and he might have higher clearances and other information he wasn't even sharing with us or in the book, makes us really want to dive in more and find out and get more confirmation and validation. And that's kind of been our journey this whole year. And it's really, it's, I said this before, I think we've learned more this year than we had in the past 20 years since his book came out, that go on top of everything he shared so long ago. So just everything he shared, also everything he shared in the book. Over the last 20 years, we've seen that things are progressing in that way, that nothing's been, I guess, contradictory to what he said. It's just all starting to come to light. So again, it makes us want to even go further, dig deeper, and find out how far this goes, and his involvement, our involvement, obviously, that could be possible. It's hard to imagine, but yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this year kind of created a new foundation for us for going through this material, and I definitely feel like next year it's going to expand our journey tremendously based on what we've learned this year. Just that knowledge moving forward, and you know, lots of synchronicities along the way, kind of leading us. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that. I have a really good feeling about it.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, I was just going to say about the synchronicities. It's so true. Like, all these people and connections we've made this year, it's been really pivotal. And even towards the very end, I went to one conference so far, but that helped connect a lot of dots and help to find more validation. So yeah.
Yeah. Actually, you know, Peter has access to that information, and there was, you know, just the information. There was so much information that was validated, regarded, not that you really needed it. I mean, you love your grandfather and you trusted him, and you know when someone has integrity and they're not going to lie. But it's nice to hear that someone that is actually with the ACIO to validate that. And Peter's the only direct source that was able to access that information that he had. Now, I'm sure he was involved in other things as well. But, you know, we were more than happy to find out, and I was excited for the both of you that a lot of these experiences that he had talked about actually was something that had a higher purpose. And, you know, the missions and experiences of what he went through, you know, were very, very meaningful and important for the point of disclosure. He literally outlaid everything in a very clear and concise way that a person who knows absolutely nothing about this topic can go to your grandfather's book, which we're going to show while we're talking, and read through that book and have a sequence of events that occurred that led up to the situation that we're in right now. And it's, like I said, should be a handbook. It should be something that everyone has if they want to understand what had happened regarding the government in some of the secret projects. It doesn't cover everything, of course, because there's so many different things that happened, but he definitely opens up your mind regarding, you know, the key things that had happened that are critical in understanding the process. Because otherwise people are jumping in and they're like, well, what is this? What happened? You know, and they're getting little sound bites, maybe on TikTok or YouTube, or someone's, you know, focusing in on one segment of it and describing it. But if you go through, you kind of see the whole sequence. It's all laid out. And he did an excellent job. But what's even more interesting is that according to the ACIO, he's still active. even though he's not physically here.
Right.
Yeah.
No, that was fascinating. It was kind of mind blowing. And I mean, throughout this year, I mean, that's one aspect of it. We've realized that he actually knew so much more than he ever let on or talked about or even put in the book. So the way you frame that, as being like a handbook potentially, like I think that maybe was his intent, just to like lay some groundwork for people so that they could, have a way into this information without feeling lost or just diving into something that there's no connections to or doesn't make sense necessarily without any other context around it. So I think that was very intentional, and that's what we're realizing right now, like what he did share and why he shared it that way, because we are learning that he was involved in so much more than we ever knew. Yeah, so it's
and still is. He's still doing things.
Yeah,
and connected to others that maybe in time that you'd be open to share with the public or maybe not. But and also you did get some validation from, I don't know, was it the government or some other things you researched?
Some of his military records. Yeah, we finally got access to. Derek was able to request that. I mean, they finally sent us something after quite a while. But it was a very, I guess, a lot of clarity this year in the strategy behind what he did and his intentions, and we realized how meaningful, like, the things he said and when he said them, why he said them, kind of makes a lot more sense now. So it's just very refreshing for us to get this understanding for sure.
Yeah, and we've had people say that they were part of the ACIO, and they kind of just talk about it in passing, but we have full validation with your grandfather for sure. That's definitely something that we can validate. A lot of, and I'm not just saying that some of these other people are not involved, but to my understanding, unless we actually have some clear data on it and a discussion with them, then we can't really. They may be good people. It has nothing to do with that. It just can't validate anyone unless we have some firm factual evidence regarding some of the activities that they've been involved with. And so, and as far as their security clearance, similar to your grandfather. Regarding the SWAN program, Peter says they're still learning about it, so we're actually a part of the investigative process. So whether you have a conscious awareness or not, we are kind of in there in a way and experiencing or gaining knowledge on it. And, I don't know if it was both of you, but I know, Derek, you shared with me that you actually watched the show Lost years ago. So, and like I had never watched it before. So when I watched it, I was like, well, I started putting the pieces together, but there's still more. There's still more that is coming up regarding this program. And we had some information that came through that one of their home bases is in Siberia, in an extremely remote location. So that's more information that's coming out. So
yeah, I'm actually re-watching all of The Lost just to see what did I miss the first time. A lot of people kind of got turned off because it was such a weird show and just went in so many directions. But if you look at it as, like we said, possibly like a MyLab and something to do with that type of programming, then maybe you can connect more dots that way. So we'll see.
It was a time travel program. It was experiments on human behavior as well as MK Ultra. They had some MK Ultra there. Situational, psychological challenges to see who can endure, who takes on roles of leadership. And then at the same time, when they shift the timeline so the people can't leave. They can't return. So there's a lot of different things happening there that's reminiscent of the corporations that we've already been dealing with, whether it's Mobius or Montauk or Monarch or Montauk too, I guess. And where they're actually incorporating time travel. And so creating anomalies in our reality, which is why it's important, not just out of the mystique or excitement of traveling, because there's a lot of dangers in it, and it could be a person could die or be lost in another reality, and that the name of that show, being Lost, is literally making sense that, you know, people, how they just disappear, kind of like what happens in the Bermuda Triangle, where, you know, you have, it's the same type of thing, island areas, you know, and anomalies related to advanced technology of some sort. So yeah, that's ongoing still, and maybe this year we'll be able to complete the last chapter.
That would be great. Because I think that we're still learning so much more now that we've talked about his involvement with ACI directly, and the time travel aspect of it, because we didn't know. We're still trying to find other sources that give us more information on what he knew about time travel. And apparently it was like from the early stages, and some programs that, yeah, I think people might be familiar with, but we didn't no idea that he could have been a part of that. And now we're seeing maybe it's true. So.
Or even the surrogate program that we talk about, where he is showing up, but in different body forms, or yeah. You're
right. I think it's an interesting year to come, and I don't think it's a coincidence too. Like the 2023 prediction that we found in that ACIO document, saying that a lot of things are going to be put together. We're going to have access even on a galactic level, like and things like that. But I think the disclosure happening now makes sense, and it's all coming to a head, like a singularity almost, and us getting all this information this past year makes sense, and it only will get built on more and more the next year, I'm sure. And I'm not sure. I think everybody's like, what can we expect, good or bad? I have hope, you know, on a personal level, like individually, that things will happen for the right reasons at the right time. But for just humanity in general, I think we have to stay positive, as crazy as things are starting to look. That we'll come out of it, come through it.
Yeah, like you know, I was kind of excited just saying we're still here. You know, with all these crazy things that have been happening, I'm grateful that we're still here and we're still moving forward. One other piece that I just want to mention is that I was really excited that you took on the platform to reveal the Wingmakers content that was never shared before on your channel, and that meant a lot. I could have done it here. I could have done it on my channel and easily, but I felt like it meant a little bit more to kind of have the two of you involved as well, and because you had inquired about it quite a bit early on. So
yeah, we were grateful, very grateful for that. So thank you for letting us do that, and Peter's insights on that. I'm sure there's so much more he could share. Every time we talk to him, it's like so much more he could say and share. It's just,
yeah, there's always a little bit extra. And like there's many times when I said, well, why didn't you tell me that earlier? You know, because you go through this whole process and there's always that like one little piece or something that it's kind of, you know, helps you to fully understand everything. And sometimes there's a delay in that, and he goes, oh, I didn't think about it, or whatever, but he's got so many things that he knows about. So yeah, it's fun. And but for the most part, I appreciate you guys, and it's always been a pleasure having you on the show and interacting with you, because I feel like it's nice to know that you have the knowledge and the experience, and that you're on the same page. So plus you're good people. It's nice to have good people.
Yeah, thank you so much. You and Peter have been such a part of our journey, and we just really appreciate everything that you guys do and embracing us and allowing us to you know, share all this content with you. So thank you. Appreciate it.
And we hope that he's healthy and all the best. He's going through some things right now. We hope that he's going to be okay, and we can talk to both of you a lot more next year.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Yeah, by the time they hear this interview, they would have heard his explanation of what just happened. So yeah, we're hoping the best for him to become stronger, and I appreciate that. So with that said, happy New Year's to the both of you and your families, and I'll see you next year.
remember me?
Was that Kraton?
This is auto pitch. Does it still sound like Gary?
Yes, it does. It sounds like Gary's a robot.
I think I'm lost in this tin can. But it still sounds like Gary, doesn't it?
Everything sounds like Gary. How did that happen? So, well, what I'd like to do is introduce everyone to, this is Ian, and he is from the Rhodan Earth Council. And so when we did all of the Andronetalks transmissions, Ian got involved when we had JP first, decided that he was finished doing the work, and so he's moved on, and Ian was kind enough to step up and was talented enough to step up. Kind of tough shoes to step into afterwards.
It's hard. JP was
brilliant.
The
He was really
seasoned
good.
broadcaster.
Yeah, plus he had a range of words, voices.
Yeah, he had an intellect.
Information.
A sharp intellect.
Yes, very sharp and very interesting and entertaining. And I think you really did well in stepping in afterwards. And then things took another turn, and in came Peter the Insider, who started on my show on the Andronetalks transmissions. And then it sort of went more in the direction of the ACIO.
Yeah, that was how it was meant to be, though, isn't it?
Temporarily, yeah, because I can't separate from the mission of Andromeda, and that was to provide information and intel for people regarding what they have to say. But Peter's more boots on the ground over here, and they were talking to us from more of a galactic perspective.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it was definitely impacting us. It was definitely bringing something in.
I do think that the Andronetalks transmissions kind of broadens people's perceptions on kind of what is possible and what's out there, and how much we're entangled.
A lot of the recorded shows that are still available, and then eventually will be converted into books. But if people haven't listened to that, a lot of that information needed to come through, and it was really important. But then Peter started to come into my life around that time while we were at Wolf Spirit Radio, and then we somewhere along the line we started talking to Gary, and Gary started showing up. He was from the Council of Five. So prior to working with Peter heavily, Gary started showing up, and that's it. And you kind of, we enjoyed the conversations with Gary. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, it was great fun, yeah. But yeah, I think JP was like a true professional with his broadcasting, so it's a little bit daunting to kind of fill the boots, but it kind of works okay. And it was only the other day when that Gary likes Italian disco.
Yeah.
I'm on the Spotify playlist. I was going through one, and there was an amazing track called the track's called Marrocco Idea by Pino D'Angio. So you got to check it out. It's really, I don't know if I can play like 10 seconds.
Play sample, yeah, maybe a short sample.
Okay, let's see if I can do it.
Oh, I remember this.
Then it breaks a little bit and it goes into a voice, and it's totally crazy. That is Marrocco Idea by Pino D'Angio. I was dancing around the bathroom playing it when I was. But I thought about Gary then, so yeah, it's great.
What was really interesting is we did one of our, Traveling for Humanity, those series that we've done. And during one of them, there was Italo disco started coming up in my feed, like on YouTube, like YouTube Shorts. And I'm like, what's going on? And it was just like Gary letting me know that he was there.
Yeah. It's like I had some equipment in the drawer, and I got it out kind of last week. Kind of got it running, one of the presets, Gary. Hello. Really funny. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, we'll put some of those samples that you did earlier.
Oh, yeah.
So they can see your talent.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Nicest things.
Yeah. So we talked earlier about where you live, and you're currently living in Sweden, but you're originally from, you said, in the London area?
Yeah. I was born in Cornwall, moved to London shortly after. I was actually I'm in Cornwall in Penzance, which is a really beautiful area, very kind of energetic, close to St Michael's Mount. Kind of beautiful. Then I moved to Essex, and then when I was stayed there. Then when I was about 40, I moved to Sweden, Stockholm, and then 3 years ago I moved up to the north of Sweden, and now I'm with the polar bears and the snowdrifts and stuff.
How many feet of snow do you have right now?
Well, I'll tell you what. From the start of the season, the first month of the season, if you added up the snow, it would be over like 1.5 meters. But of course, it's cleared and everything, and then it comes down again and it's cleared and it's taken away and everything. But if you added the cumulative snowfall, it's about 1.5 meters in the first month of winter.
Yeah.
Now we're going through a period of about 4 or 5 days without any snow, so that's good.
Yeah, I know. I get my share back home. I'm not there right now, but it's a little backbreaking trying to get rid of all that snow all the time. So I just wanted to get your idea, your thoughts, because everyone has a different perspective about what's going on in the world right now. And, like I said, the world is getting smaller, because of the internet. And, I have friends over in this country and that country, and, it's really interesting. And to find out, we have a common thread, that we're all the same, and our desires essentially, and what we feel that we need and our concerns about the world. But still there are, it's coming from another perspective, and also different media outlets. And so people are, looking at things slightly differently. So you see the United States differently maybe than I see the United States because I'm there, and not good or bad. It's just, it's the way that the information is disseminated, in whether they call it fake news and then what the real news is, or, you like to hear it directly from the person. But not to go deeply into that, but just, in general, what are your thoughts from this past year, and how do you think it's going to change in a positive way in 2024?
This past year, I've seen it. The people who've got their hands on the control and everything desperately want to try and keep it. And they're struggling, their backs are against the wall. The good side is that things are loosening a little bit, and what they're trying to do hasn't taken. And you can see a number of things that should have been a lot worse. It still seems bad on the face of it, but you don't really see what it could have been, So these the big shock events that were planned are still kind of unpleasant, and there's some that have been downright terrible, But it's hard to know what it would have been without any interaction of, could you say the galactics or light work? There's always teams of people behind the scenes who are intercepting different things. A classic case is with the ACIO, when that recent that kind of bleed through missile launch thing, the last few shows.
Let me tell you something, and I'm not gonna. Sorry if I jumped in, but I had to go out and buy equipment. I like. The following days later, I found out that I think it was Kim Jong-un who actually was bragging about how he can throw an ICP at us in the East Coast. I mean, there was actually an article out there that whether it was the East Coast or just saying that they could do that, and just to validate what Peter was saying. But I went and got, some solar panels, a power station. I had to put out some money.
Still useful to have, though.
Radio.
Because I still think there's going to be some incidents where there's going to be like power outages for a while, but so it's valuable to have. But it may be.
You almost need like a generator, like a really you need to put out some really big money, because you have to get a decent generator that is solar, or some way is recharging, because if the grid does go down, I mean, and it really goes down, there's no way to really charge anything otherwise. The radios have a pump, or something that you can get the energy going again, but it's still limited. You really need to have much more expensive equipment.
Yeah,
and everyone's able to do that.
Yeah, it's a double-sided thing as well. You want the equipment that's not going to take an electric blast, so you need some basic mechanical equipment, and then you, if there's not any electric blasts or anything, then you can add like the solar equipment and the advanced kind of circuitry stuff that's really going to get you out of problems. But yeah, it was on listening to those shows. It was kind of pretty hairy,
I was totally stressed out.
Yeah,
totally.
Yeah, that shows you that but that shows you the level of desperation, because that person you mentioned who said he could fire missiles around, these are the kind of people who are like Thunderbird puppets, aren't they? But the people behind these people, they're in, it was never meant to go this far, and they're in a blind panic. They're just trying. So it could, it's lucky there are people like the ACIO and other people behind the scenes looking at these things and kind of taking the rough edges of everything. Otherwise, we'd have been through another reset like years ago, wouldn't we? Because this is the big reveal, isn't it? So I definitely don't want this to happen.
Well, yeah, we're fortunate to have Peter that is able to. He has insight what's going to happen, and lets us know, in advance, and then they're able to try to resolve whatever that problem is before it actually manifests. So it's like people that can see into the future, or people that have some kind of perspective, multi-dimensional, because in the parallel something can happen and then it creates like a ripple effect over here. So there's multiple ways that we're looking at these different things, and so this is the direction that we're supposed to be in.
And also that by itself, you talking about that on your shows and everything, expands everyone else's awareness of what's possible. It's almost like you got to tell people that Doctor Strange is like soft disclosure.
Sure.
And stuff like that. And so just when you're talking about these topics, it's going to be a jolt for even kind of seasoned people who are experienced with like kind of super soldier stories. That I thought that 88-year story, that was a bit of a mind bender,
Yeah, I've had people contact me and say, well, we talked about, some of the different things that were going to happen around the pandemic, and we let everyone know like a couple of years before some of it, like what they were going to do with the jab and so forth, and the graphene oxide and all that. We told everyone. Peter was explaining it, and so, but everyone's like, well, that's Peter, and let's not pay attention. And so, or someone says, well, we're considered like wingnuts or woo-woo or whatever label that they want to call that, because we do talk about the spiritual aspects of things also in time travel and so forth. But there's a time when people are going to have to listen. It's almost like the people that have warned, like Alex Jones or someone like that has been warning people all along about it.
Yeah.
And so then at some point you say, well, maybe the guy knows what he's talking about. This is actually some proof in what he's saying, even as crazy as it sounds.
Classic David Icke, isn't it? He's been talking about it for how long? 30 years?
Absolutely. And he should be, he has, it's here again, it's a personality thing where, it's almost like we're trained to only respect certain type of behaviors and personalities. And so if someone has an accent or they don't speak very, I don't know, like a newscaster, then we don't respect them. But, that's another kind of weird prejudice type of thing that happens. And so, but there are people that speak very professional, but what's the information that's come out is garbage. They're just sold out and they're giving you more of it. And so that's how they keep snaring people to not listen to what's actually going on.
Keep them in a loop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you can tell the voices that are really making an impact. What you've done very cleverly, you stay right on the fence. Whereas, but by doing that, you've allowed a lot of disclosure to reach the mainstream. Whereas you get the Alex Jones and David Icke, banned in God knows how many European countries, and the big lawsuit against Alex Jones, and the guy recently, what's his name? I can't remember his name now, but he's been accused of kind of sexual stuff, but he, I always thought he was controlled. He was a controlled asset, but he's been, what's his name? Long-haired guy. Married Kate Perry, or was going out with Kate Perry for a while.
Oh,
Russell Brand.
Russell Brand, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff that he's, you can say what you like, but some of the stuff is quite, is kind of pretty close to, because he's got like a mainstream ear, but
no, some of his stuff is accurate.
We're talking about some far-reaching stuff to a mainstream audience, and something that kind of is going to get them. But and so he's, so if you get taken out, like a lot of the doctors and the scientists during the past 3 years, got closed down, lost their jobs, got defunded or whatever. So you can see the people who are hit. They've got a message that they don't want to put out, But the clever thing that you've done, you've stayed on YouTube, but dealing with if you like controversial issues in a non-controversial way has reached a lot more people. Yeah, has reached a lot of people, and it kind of it's like it eats away. It's what's all this? It's like a virus of knowledge kind of thing. You want to find out more, and then you start searching around for it. So, yeah, that's good. That's kind of commendable, because it's really hard to talk about those subjects and stay on these platforms.
It is. It is. But like, I do feel like someone's watching over us and keeping us in a place, but they're not. I think when you get really big in scale, they will kick the rug out from under you if they think that you're influencing too much in some way, in some direction that's away from their narrative.
Also, when you get so big, it's like a little bit easier to feed in misinformation. Whereas you've got control of your information, and the sources. You can check that it's all okay. Whereas, think of these kind of like mega industries like, like Alex Jones. He must have so many information sources buzzing around, you know.
Oh yeah, no, he's got a huge team, and you know, he developed something that was, you know, kind of a huge system, and like I said, they knocked him down multiple times. He just keeps getting back up, and I think it's the people are encouraging him because they know that he's done his best to put that information out, and you know, the more awareness, the less difficult it will become.
Yeah.
Peter just brought in a whole other element that we didn't really understand, was the soft disclosure, which is no one else has done it the way he has, because I think we needed it at this time. Just try to sort through how these things are getting into our head, how we are getting pulled into these agendas, and how they're actually manifesting.
Yeah. I saw it, Jess, I'll tell you what, I was going to tell you actually, I saw this movie, I think it was on Prime or something. It was called The Portable Door. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
Oh, watch it. I'll tell you what.
Portable door. Okay, I'm going to write that down.
It's like, it's kind of how these corporations affect large groups of the population and kind of swathes of humanity. And it's really cleverly done. Lots of special effects. I think it came out last year or something. But yeah, it's like creepily, it's got creepily true. You know, it was kind of sending shivers down the spine.
It is, yeah, because you look at it, you say, "Oh my God, yeah, that actually happened."
Yeah.
And that's how they're doing it. And so when you start looking at that, remember, you know, advertisers have been using tools and figuring out the workings of the brain, and people who create fast food in these big companies, you know, figured out the different types of chemicals that can trigger different things in the brain and make them addicted to the foods. And it's just so much that's out there that, and then of course, and how they target children, because they're very malleable to, you know, create this whole army or generation for their agenda, like we just saw happen.
Yeah. So I think you got to give yourself a pat on the back that you've not been like deplatformed or anything. So,
yeah, when a lot of people got deplatformed, yeah, I was like, you know, someone has to be watching over us, because clearly I think we, you know, probably said things we shouldn't have said. We've had some videos removed.
Yeah, you've taken the right steps to back everything up and have alternative things ready and things. That's good.
Yeah, and then there was some alien footage that came from that was supposed to come from Project Blue Book, but someone else someone went and put a copyright on it, which was really bizarre to Peter, and I were like, Peter says that's BS.
All right. I'm crying.
Yeah, so you know, is there nothing sacred in this world?
Yeah.
Now, you know, they complain about us being crazy and weird, and we like aliens and all this other stuff, but they're the first ones to try to monetize off of it.
Yeah.
You know, or to take some of our ideas and then put them into movies and make money off of it. And we're like, you know, can you at least, you know, do the honest thing, give, you know, pay us for our information in some way or another, you know? It's just crazy. It's the same ones. Same ones over and over again.
Yeah. So
anyhow.
So how I feel is that there's the fact that now they don't try and hide anything, you know, so many weird stuff going on in open public, and them expecting people to go for it, and is both scary and positive in my mind, because I see that there's desperation creeping in, and the real people behind the scenes who are really working it before, they've gone, and now it's like people who aren't really experienced at kind of running a dark show kind of thing, you know, and they're running around and doing it, you know, not really causing damage and causing problems and things like that, you know, but the fact is we're still here. There's been there's been some really tragic incidents like Hawaii and things like that. But at the end of the day, I see it's not. After the past 3 years, which seemed to be a very concerted effort by social media, by the tech, by politicians, by large corporations, they really swung one on everybody, and a chunk of people, a chunk of the population believed it. And so now that, I'd like to say that the power to do that has waned, but they're still going to. I'm sure these people are still going to try something or other. But people are a little bit more awake to it, and it seems that things aren't sticking now. Things that would have stuck 5-6 years ago, and everyone would have gone globally into a big panic. Now they try and roll something out, and it doesn't stick. So that's also a good sign.
Well, that there's definitely something that as a spiritual person, I know you do your spiritual work, and you understand how things operate, that if you do these terrible things, there are repercussions, and the multitude of lives that got lost, children, healthy adults, elderly, there are repercussions to that. You don't ever really gain. So you get some money for a few years, but it all comes back around. I mean, there's no escaping. These laws are built in our paradigm. They're already there. Yeah.
These beings who have been causing havoc for like thousands, if not longer, years, they were able at the time to duck calm, or kind of really delay it for a long time, by allowing the next in the generation of the family lineages to take on their karmic debt. But now that's not possible.
No, because this time's up.
Yeah, that's it. So now they're
pulling up all the stops.
Yeah, now
the entities behind the handlers, behind the those that are in power, the figureheads, the ones way back here, they know this is it. So they're pulling out all the stops, and they want a reset. They want to get rid of all the humans except for the ones that they like, or the ones that are wealthy enough to have these bunkers, which I don't think they're going to survive either.
That's not going to get them anywhere.
Or they think they're going to, go to a Mars colony.
The only thing that
some of them are already there, but still, it's not sufficient. And
what they're hoping for now, which is I see another positive thing, is the only way that they can do it is having a major calamity, a major reset. Like they've done regularly for every, would say, couple of 100 years, 300 or 400 years, every that time, the past 5,000 years or so, if not longer.
And they won't get away. Even if they're galactics, they try to leave. There are those already know that there's those waiting for them to try to leave if they do anything. So they're not getting away with anything.
Because all these big people now, now the time's up. They've run out of time. So it's amazing.
It's over.
Seriously, no matter how powerful you are, the only way you can, they're trying to create these pocket realities and stuff like that, But the
innocent will always be safe. They'll be taken somewhere. I know that everyone's afraid of death and the tunnel and all that other stuff. I'm not afraid of any of that, because that is related to, you need to disconnect from the paradigms of whoever, your belief systems or whatever that is holding you to those places. But I think if you disconnect and remain sovereign throughout all of this, you're going to go and you're going to be, embraced by the divine, and that's it. So, and within a second, they can reset everything, the whole timeline, and people would have memory and recall of a dystopia, of a horrible event but that's all, it will be a memory, and then life will go on. They can do that too, and they already have done that for us.
Yeah, this is this whole kind of the 18th, 19th century kind of Tatarian, the advanced architecture in countries that are supposed to have started from people in wagons and things like that. You know, it's kind of crazy.
But we're still responsible. So, like, you know, people might say, well, then why are you even bothering talking about this or doing any of this? Because part of our protection is our desire to know the truth and our awareness, and to learn something out of this, and to learn that those people should not be rewarded for being evil to innocent people, or that, you know, just because they're bad, it doesn't justify us being bad, or, you know, just getting something out of the topic and expanding in our consciousness. In some, you know, another way, some people see that we can just raise in our consciousness, and that's part of it. They're trying to destroy our consciousness by throwing like really horrible things in our sight. You know, the visuals of children getting mistreated, and you know, all of these horrible things that traumatize us as a culture, and lower the consciousness, and you know,
tipping everyone out of the
place.
Out of the kind of calm state of mind, and put them in anger and fear and God knows what, you know.
So we have to, you know, lift, and then before you know it, we'll be fully in that 5D that we were intended to be, that we kept on being pulled back by the enticement of the lies, that some of these things are good, that would bring us into a lower consciousness.
Because it's really important for people to know themselves, and it's impossible to, you know, like the classic adage was "know thyself," isn't it? And there's no way you can do that if you're just responding to outside circumstances all the time, be it like poverty or war, or and then with the established countries, they try the gender confusion and so many things whereby they're kind of changing the very essence of who you are without you realizing it. It's done through culture and
targeting the human with the children, the nuclear family, you know, anything that's cohesive, that's related to love, and then they also want to get rid of, to depopulate, and that's how they're doing it. And so when you start to step back and see what this is, and also, you know, that humans are going to get replaced by robots if they have their way, that's essentially it.
So basically what happens, right? Yeah, exactly that. And so
they can leave. They can leave and go build that somewhere else, but they don't want to. They want to destroy.
Because I tell you what, right, this is really weird, right? Up until 3 years ago, it was all crazy, and you couldn't, you know, everyone was on the treadmill, and then the pandemic happened, and everyone had to go into isolation, and there's, of course, a big downside, all the fear attached to it and everything, but what it did to it gave people a chance to like calm down. They worked from home, and they chilled a little bit, and even though, you know, it had both a negative impact on the population because they separated from people, and they were you know, I mean, put up barriers, and everyone was scared of everyone, thinking they're going to catch some disease or whatever. And but at the same time, it allowed some space to creep into people's lives, and allowed some kind of or as I say here, slap it off. I think they say just relax and kind of do nothing. And so that was a bit of a backfire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because then people started.
Because it allowed people to get some balance, you know.
Yeah, they gained balance. They gained their families back. They started to see priorities, what's important, and they also started to do their research. And see what's wrong with this world and what's happening, and why is this happening, and how did it happen, and what is their plan, and everyone stepped back. And so they were, like you said, on the treadmill, and they're working and don't have time for anything, to, you know, not even aware of what's going on around the world. And then here, at that moment, they discovered so many different things about themselves, about the people that they love.
Yeah, but the fatal mistake was they left the internet on.
Say that again?
The fatal mistake was they left the internet on.
Yeah.
And so you had millions and millions of home research.
Don't tell them. Don't tell them. Don't let them know. For some reason, that was kind of oblivious. I think that they thought it would work for them rather than against them. Yeah. So
now they've got like millions of Columbos and Miss Marples and things like. Hold on a second. Is this really worth doing this 9 to 5 all the time? You know.
We've got a lot of really brilliant people came out of the woodwork and started researching and finding things. And I found Super Sleuth, who's a very excellent researcher. And then
I've seen her work
that I know. Yeah,
it's good.
She's really good. And there were other people, like people have teams. Some people have teams that just, and also the people in the comments, some of them are absolutely brilliant. And, after we do a show and they come in with another perspective or add some other information, I'm really grateful that they're there, because it adds to the conversation, because it's not just what we say, but what others are saying. And so it adds more information to it's powerful, Yeah. We work as a team. It's a big universal team.
Perfect, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's perfect how it works. It's like you draw the people who are going to lift the support you and also lift the message up. If it's a valid message, then you're going to have you're going to kind of pull those resources in. So so that's what I think's optimistic about 2023 is how things actually panned out. And the main thing, we're still here, right?
Right.
So you can't beat that. But also 2024, how I envisage that, I just see things getting there's going to be a period of like stabilization. There's all kinds of attempts to strangle the food chain and everything and take over the food supply with GMOs and stuff like that. But all the things that they said were going to happen, right? It's always the case. And they say something's going to happen and everyone gets worried about it. It doesn't happen. And they've been saying it for like 30 years. There's going to be an asteroid hit. There's going to be this planet coming there. There's going to be this and that. And everyone gets worried about it. It doesn't happen. And then something else happens. It doesn't happen. And things are falling flat about every major narrative that are being, that you're trying to get people behind and follow and screwed, basically. So people who are, I'm not going to say waking up, but they're becoming aware of how things work more. And they're understanding they've got choices, and they're understanding that they don't necessarily have to agree to what's going on. And I see that it's going to be a progression with ups and downs and highs and lows, but it's all working in to a divine plan.
As long as we hold on to the divine, we're sustained. When we cut off, if
the takeover
on an individual basis, but
it's like the AI takeover and the extinction of humanity and Skynet coming in and it's got potentials. I'm sure it's happened on different timelines on different paradoxes. But is it going to happen on this one? No, I don't see it. I see this as being...
Let's be in agreement that it doesn't.
I see this as the Ascension timeline.
I see that too. I see that as well. Because we're getting through the hard stuff and we're not losing it. There's, kicking and screaming a bit, but we're anxiety and so forth, but we're reasoning through this and we're keeping calm. We're not playing into their game. And I believe that they have done all of the above. I think that they've shifted the timeline so we don't remember it or it's happened in another timeline. All of those different scenarios. But I think our management, it's like we've been down this road before. We remember maybe some of the mud floods and some of the other resets that have happened in the past, and we're ready. We're more prepared than ever before. So I think that's an excellent point.
Plus, I also think that there's a lot actually riding on this this timeline ascending. This locks in a line we're on now. It's not just kind of locally. It's not even locally in our solar system. It's like it's almost like it's really freaky to say it, but it's almost like the whole of creation like hangs on this advancement of this timeline. So if you put it like that,
yeah, I can see that.
So that's optimistic. So everyone's just got to have got a faith in things, but also stay in their corner and not put up with any crap or anything like that, but without getting too drawn into stuff. Not focusing, kind of focus on what you want, but not what you don't want. So if you spend all the time focusing on like things you don't want, that's just going to help it to manifest.
Right. Excellent advice, Ian. And I want to say thank you so much. We've been together. The team has been together for the Rhodan Earth Council. I've been around since 2017.
About that, yeah. It's been about 5-6 years, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Staying strong, and thank you so much for being here today.
Our pleasure, Jess. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you as well.
"2023 year. It has been a challenging, difficult, hard, and unpredictable year at times, if you choose to look at it from this perspective. But yet still a very successful and positive year that we are leaving behind us. We are more awake, alert, and spiritually stronger than last year this time. It is very easy to remember and list all of the negative events that have happened in the last year and to dwell in this field. But ask yourselves, truthfully, is that the way you want to remember last year? Is that the right and positive approach into New Year? Is that the hope we provide for others? Personally speaking, it is definitely not. Many negative events and dark agendas have been directed and aimed towards humanity in many different shapes and forms. And yet again, we managed to go through it and to avoid some catastrophic events while battling these invisible forces that wish harm to humanity throughout many different ways. By coming together, raising our voices in prayers in saying that we don't want this upon us, and this is not what we desire, we managed to go through it. Always remember, it does not matter what they do to us. They cannot take away our most powerful tool, weapon that we have against them in this fight for our sovereign freedom. And that is hope and love that we have for each other. This is what makes humanity extremely unique and special in many ways. I know it is not easy for many of us that have lost our loved ones, that are struggling financially, that are under constant attacks, to look at it from a positive perspective, to dream for better and more joyful times that are ahead of us. But by doing so, we provide and create hope for many that are around us and looking up to us for some guidance. How else are we going to create and manifest positive outcome for humanity than to think and act in a positive manner. Many of them say it is just a game to them on how they play with human lives. Well, for every game, you need participants in order for game to be played and for game to exist. Be truly honest with yourself and ask yourselves, why are we still participating in their games? Knowing that it's only harming us with certain addictions, social media, and many other distractions that we are actively participating in. It has no real purpose in life but to take away our time that we should be spending on ourselves through meditation, time in nature, and other means that will help us in spiritual growth. Why are we asleep and numb to some of the events that are happening in our countries, at our borders, and visitors that are coming in? Homeless people that are on the streets in ever-growing numbers. We can't even protect and nurture the ones that fought and built our countries. Then we have groups and individuals that are trying to re-educate our children, groom them into something that is completely opposite to family values and love that they have at home from their mothers and fathers. How much more we have to witness and experience of these games before we stop participating, before we do something about this? When is enough? When? Their game only purpose is to turn us against each other, for us to never have a recall of our memory on who we are connected to, and what power we have in creating our own desired reality that is beneficial to all that is on the planet and willing to live in harmony. We should be saying to them, the end to their games. I say, no more participation in this insanity. They, and I purposely refer to them as they because they don't deserve a name or a title. They envy us because we are created by Prime Creator and connected to Prime Creator. Therefore, we can create, express, and share love towards each other and to overcome every challenge that is here and ahead of us. This planet is beautiful and perfect as is. We don't need some metaverse, pocket, bubble realities that they're trying to hook us into. We need to take ownership and responsibility of situation that is around us. Ask the universe for forgiveness. Ask for guidance and clarity in moving forward. This is not hard at all, but it takes will and determination on our end, and we will witness magnificent results. A small prayer or meditation that I would like to share to show you how simple and powerful it can be. On behalf of all of my conscious and unconscious aspects, my family, friends, loved ones, and every soul on the planet that wishes to have a true divine sovereign freedom that is in alignment with true divine universe, we ask to end these games, systems, programs, scripts, agendas, AI that are not in alignment with humanity and that are pushed upon humanity. We ask for guidance towards the highest unlimited potential for humanity. So be it. This is the time of the year that we embrace all small and big achievements on a personal and collective level. This is the time that we ask ourselves, how much more will I do to be even better on many different levels than last year? We should carry pride with us when we assist the ones that are awakening slowly and asking many questions. By doing so, we are open to new learning and new opportunities. We are creating a field where we can grow to unimaginable heights for humanity. Year after year, myself and other speakers share our thoughts and ideas on how to move forward into the most positive and desired outcome for humanity, a new year that is ahead of us. It doesn't matter how hard and difficult it is for some of us at times. It is the path we consciously chose to help humanity. This is the most rewarding and important job, task, mission that there is. Knowing that we are assisting humanity to change existing reality that is around us towards something that is more harmonious with the universe and galactic family that is assisting us in this process. We are the ones making a change for many generations that will thrive after us. And we simply do it out of love towards each other and knowing we are in service to others. I personally believe that upcoming 2024 year will be another big step forward for humanity in positive direction, in reaching our sovereign freedom. Always remember, we are the ones that can manifest our own positive reality. Share the love towards each other and our precious children. Be in harmony with yourself and nature that still loves us and cares about us. Spend time meditating and don't be afraid to ask the universe for guidance and assistance. I would like to thank all the speakers and all other behind the scene that are keeping us informed with interviews, news, and other means. It is very important and beneficial to all that are with their good intention part of the specific community in the forefront of everything that is happening on the planet. Special thanks to Jessica and Rolf for an amazing job when it comes to keeping us informed and having a warm place for all of us that are here connected here together, and that we can express ourselves like this. We call this home. From all the true divine Eons and myself, we really wish you a happy new year and harmonious journey towards our sovereign freedom as a human race. Love you all, Bilar.
Okay, so we are here with Chris from the Yellow Vest discussions, and he did a lot of shows in the past, especially when there were a lot of protests and things going on over in France. Chris is from Belgium, and absolutely grew up in the area, is very familiar with everything that's going on, and speaks both English and French. And introducing Chris, for those of you who are not familiar with him, but you hear about him in the radio station and on YouTube.
Hi, Jess.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing good.
Thank you for having me today. It was very sweet of you to think of me.
Yeah.
I felt it was the right time to come back.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, I guess it's almost 2 years now, right? But we worked together during these 2 years, but not specifically regarding the Yellow Vest, yeah. So I'm very, very excited to be back.
Yeah, a lot of our frustrations and everything that was going on at the time, we had so many discussions about it, and it was really hard to watch. The whole thing was very hard to watch. But we're in a better place, sort of. I always said that when things started happening in France that it was going to happen to other places in the world, and we were right. And I couldn't convince anyone because, you know, they there's a tendency to look and say, that's not my nation. I don't have to worry about it. You really do, because it impacts everybody.
But I mean, you mentioned it, that what happened in France might, if it was not taken in the right direction, could eventually affect other countries. And even Peter mentioned it. And sadly, we did, you know, best we could at the time to report it. But it's almost like there were so many people in France that were in the beginning really supporting the movement. And I guess Macron got so scared on the 2nd of December 2017, when it was that close to take his helicopter and flee the country, that I guess they did some work to discredit the movement. And eventually, you know how it is. If majority of the people don't consent to something, that's it. The game is over, like we mentioned earlier. And so, yeah, here's the thing. The media mentioned that movement as short and short-lived was not the case. They had protests for pretty much a year and a half.
But even more so, even still they're having protests, right?
Oh, yeah, they're still up there. I mean,
yeah.
It's interesting, and I guess we're going to talk in maybe another show. But what I realized is we had the yellow vest for end of 17 all the way 2019, 20, beginning of 20. They started pushing really hard, millions of people in the street pushing against some regulation that the French government wanted to reform on the retirement, which was affecting everybody. It's a big deal because they changed pretty much the whole constitution.
Cost of living. The cost of living just didn't exist anymore. Too many people could not afford basic things, food, gas.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
And what they were doing, the government was selling pretty much the pension funds to the BlackRock BlackRock group. So you had to work more years and no guarantee on what your pension would be, because it was based on programs of points. You have a certain amount of points per year you work, but how much is a point was not determined. It will be fluctuating based on the stock exchange and the market. So you can work your whole life, end up with nothing. So that's why we're fighting back. And when they start to have a real momentum and the government realized that suddenly out of magic, the whole pandemic happened and put the whole world to a stop, of course. I mean, it was definitely a scary moment in the beginning. And then what's interesting is after that event, they continued the agenda in the meantime behind the scenes. And right now, as we speak, I was just looking at some event in 23. They had the biggest protest in France since the Second World War, 3.5 million people in the street pushing against that same reform for retirement. And they still pushed it. They still push it through. It doesn't matter how many people go. And that's when you realize there is a disconnect between the people's will and that government. Now, it's not only France, I guess. It's many other countries are suffering the same situation. But they're still fighting.
So you do a lot of personal work as well. And you and your fiance, I'll say fiance.
Yep.
You know, we've been interacting for a couple of years now, and you know, you realize that push and pull, tug of war, fighting against the machine, complaining, social media, all of this it requires some very deep spiritual shifts in our reality in order for sovereignty to come to the people. And this is a nation that has maybe gone through certain types of revolutions and struggles for freedom. And the one thing that we discovered is that you were connected to this historical individual. We call him Vegix, but because I couldn't pronounce his whole full name.
Yeah, Vercingetorix, yeah.
Yeah, and that was your previous life.
Yeah, that is something I always knew, though, for some reason, because when I was 14, I went to I took 2 years of Latin, sucked at it really, but the best time was when we went to Alesia, which is where the last battle between Vercingetorix and Caesar pretty much shifted the whole landscape and the whole history of Europe. Pretty much was the start of Julius Caesar power over Europe. But I remember going there and I could not understand why, but I got so sad. I couldn't stop crying, right? But then I listened to the story and it moved me, the fact that it was an aspect at the time I didn't know was mine, but that was fighting for the people. And even in this lifetime, of course, I'm in a different position, but energetically, that's what I feel I still do. That's what matters to me. I'm not here on this planet for a personal purpose or agenda to get rich or fame. The country is really opposite. My goal, the most important one for me, is to be in service to humanity. And here, since I'm connected to France through France, and France is connected to a lot of events happening in the world, a lot of things are connected to France or start from France. And what I want for the French people is what I want for humanity as a whole. That we can finally, humanity can reconnect to the divine and understand that they never got disconnected from the divine. They just had some parasite entities, groups, whatever you want to call it, that came and made us forget what we are, who we are connected to, and gave them the opportunity to change our history to their fitting. So they could eventually make us believe in those lies and engage us in the way that we started to consent to those history by changing the history over a generation to where we truly start to believe that we're disconnected and the origin of everything is just, I don't know, this last few hundred years. And like we said, it's his story, the story of whoever is writing it. That is not the truth. So for me personally, when I saw the yellow vest, I felt very close to the people and the voice that was, how would you say that in English? Pushed down. They couldn't express themselves for so long, trusting a system of power that never really got the best of the people at heart. So finally, in the Yellow Vest movement, it was a genuine a movement came straight from the heart, and from, I would say, the trip, like let's keep in French, it's like the guts. It's something that was literally when a lot of people that really had nothing already to start with were ready to fight and give up everything they had for the freedom to finally be able to have a system that recognizes every citizen as a human being, where every voice can be heard for the betterment of the country. And well, it didn't go as we wanted, but in the same time, I would say thanks to you, Jess, we've been able to do some incredible work over the last few years, even if we didn't do it through the Yellow Vest show and report, but a personal one that helped me to understand a lot more of what really happened. And I would say that at this point, I feel more hopeful than I've ever been in my life. Even at the time of the Yellow Vest, I have to admit I had some anger at the time because some images were hard to.
I felt angry too. Yeah, I mean, it was hard to watch. It was, older women being dragged through the street by their hair, just like unnecessary violence.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
When people fight for a political reason, or I guess, I mean, whatever a person feels passionate about, and they go out there and discuss, but, people that are just complaining about inequities regarding that they literally can't make a living because they're too taxed, or that caused the revolution in this country, in the United States.
Yeah, yeah.
So you
Absolutely.
can't begrudge and mistreat people because of they just want to make they don't want a handout. They wanted to be able to support themselves and their families. They don't need, they didn't need millions of dollars. They just wanted to be able to have a living wage, which you think that they raised the income in the United States, that every employer has to pay. There's a certain amount that they have to pay per hour. And so I think they were just trying to get something like that resolved, which most nations in their leadership, if they care this much about their people, they would, figure out a way that the majority of the people, there's always going to be a portion, a small portion that's still, maybe they don't work as hard, or they're not as industrious, or have some other, addictions or issues, right? Personal issues. But for the most part, everyone should have access to a living wage. And they were forfeited from having that. And so they're saying, they're complaining about it. People have protested for a lot less. This is survival.
We're not far away from the Middle Ages, when you had these barons and lords that were treating peasants like nothing, and overwhelming them with taxes on taxes on taxes when they didn't move a single finger themselves. And it's interesting to see how the history repeats itself in some way, right? But in the same time, there's a shift happening, because they've been so far, so fast, so deep in such a short time. I'm talking about those who are pushing these agendas, that even those who were kind of asleep and comfortable to kind of like discredit the Yogas movement, not understanding that it would help them as well, and some way compromised with the narrative in place, suddenly now they wake up. A lot of people are waking up like, whoa, wait a minute, this is going in a very wrong direction since the last year and a half. For those who have been to France lately, it is not the same as it was 5 or 10 years ago.
I can say that myself. I was in Paris, and the landscape has changed dramatically.
Yeah.
It's gloomy in a way, or maybe sadness. I was looking for French people. There are so many migrants there that I didn't interact with very many French people. Like, I mean, they could speak French, but you knew that they were not, originally from that country. So, and not to say that some of those people were very nice. We didn't have any problems with anyone. I mean, it just didn't feel the same. It was almost like you break the spirit of someone. That's what it felt like.
That's exactly what is happening, and it's not about doing politics here, but it's really what we feel is the essence of France, the France that I love, which is the little towns, the culture, the history that is connected to the Celt, to the Gallics, right? Vercingetorix being part of them. It's a battle that we were already fighting a long time ago, and it's still going on with that battle of freedom and sovereignty. And I think it's interesting at this point to see more and more people waking up to the fact that it's not about economy, it's not about just having a better way of living. It's about, now it's fighting to get to save your culture, your history, because there is an effort right now to kind of like destroy that history. To be proud of your roots and who you are doesn't make you a bad person. At the contrary, it's like if someone comes in your family genealogic tree and suddenly says, well, we're going to rearrange everything here because we don't like it, and therefore we need to change everything regarding who you are and where you come from. Don't consent to that.
But they don't do that themselves.
No,
their lineage is kind of very much intact, and
exactly.
They want everyone to not have any self-respect And essentially, this is working its way towards a very intense slave system or Hunger Games. We talked about the Hunger Games, Squid Games, maybe something to that effect, where there's dangling a carrot in front of us for the bare minimal of anything, begging to maybe have a roof over your head or a piece of bread or a crumb, and
you own
this
nothing,
is what
you'll
they
be
want
happy.
power. They won't, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. No, he can set a standard, let him live that way for about 10 years and then prove to us that it's a wonderful way to live. And then maybe we'll think about the good and the bad of it. But that should be freedom of choice if someone wants to live a life of abstinence or going and living off of like a grain of rice, which is a spiritual practice to ascend. If they want to do that, they can do that on their own. That's free choice. But you don't have a right to impose that on anyone, because it will never, it's not the right thing, or replace humanity, which is revealing who they are by wanting to do this in the first place.
I mean, they project what they are on us. It's their agenda is just projection of their low consciousness. They have never been able to create anything. All they do is steal and resell it to us at a high price, which is kind of like, guys, seriously? Their biggest fear is that we remember who we are, Jess. And I know for me, I will never stop fighting back that whatever agenda they have there. We'll never consent to that. And I realize more than ever now how, as gloom as it might sound, when you look at the news and all that, we're very close to a shift, to a very positive shift. And there's more and more people that go back to the simplicity of going back to the core of who you are. Sometimes you can be confused, the news, everything going on in the world, and I've seen more and more people, myself included, going back to the simplicity of, okay, what are my values? I don't care what the world is pushing on me. What are my core values? My connection to God's source, connection to my loved one, support each other. We are definitely abundant and powerful, but also I'm not connected to poverty. I'm an abundant being. Absolutely abundant being and prosperous, and there's this prosperity that has been used for their profit, and I'll take everything back. Everything they took from me, I'll take it back. Everything to the last piece. Because at the end of the day, that's all they've done. That's all they can do. It's take what is not theirs, and it only works until you wake up. That's the biggest fear. That we wake up and say,
yeah,
it's over. It's done.
Well, it's the red pill and the blue pill too, right?
Yeah, to wake up. To wake up and to not even play those game of red and blue. It's like, I am even above that. I really feel the division. I don't say it's a good step, of course, the red pill, to be able to wake up and all that is very important. But lately I felt even there, I need to just connect to who I truly am. And my connection to the divine defined really all I need to know. I'm not part of any group. I don't need to take any sides, because at the end of the day, we are above that. Not above superior, it's not about that. It's more, I don't need to be engaged in all these division and polarization. I'm just a divine sovereign being that have an experience on this planet. I've experienced obviously some extremes, and I wake up from it, and I'm grateful for the work that you have helped me to go through, Jess, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Let's face it. I've been involved in a lot of, let's just say I had a lot of challenges in my life. And you helped me to go through these with grace. Even this year has been interesting, I would say, for the least, right?
Yeah, they have ways of oppressing those that have an ability to make a change. And so if they can keep you, stuck in some area, then they succeed. But we work through that, don't we?
We work through that, and maybe I'm built differently. But when you push me in one direction, I will fight back. I'm not known to be someone that's gonna let it happen. simply because I love freedom. Will do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Will do. And this is why I'm as I said, I'm more positive and hopeful now than I've ever been, because I can see to the work that we have done, through the work that you have done with others, and the different reports you show, even if sometimes with Peter some news, and which is important information Peter is bringing us, help us a lot. It might sometimes sound a little frightening, but it's amazing the shift that are happening and the information that you bring, Jess, always on point, helping a lot. So grateful for that.
Yeah, I try to, if we hold on to the fact of our eternal beingness, our experience of existing in so many different forms and planes of existence, such as this, or off-world, or in another parallel, that we exist. And so, regardless of everything that's thrown against us, yes, I mean, it will definitely change the quality of our life, or we won't have any quality of life, but we would still exist. But we still have a choice. Exactly. And we still have to be aware of what choices we make, and not, just throwing caution to the wind and just saying, well, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. It doesn't work like that.
Nope.
You have to make decisions.
Yeah.
And so, we just reminding everyone that, if you are part of the divine, you are a universal being, you are here forever, as long as you are not in continual violations as they are.
Yeah.
And oppressing and taking and manipulating and lying and distorting the truth and all those. And if anyone is thinking that that's the way to go, then that's the pattern that they're creating for themselves. It doesn't, just because it looks like there are those that are getting away with it, doesn't mean that they actually are. And there are some that are already replaced. There's some that are no longer here with us. So.
Yes. Happened to a few beings that didn't listen and thought that they knew better. Sadly, yeah, you're right. A lot have been replaced. I mean, This is a battle. I'm not gonna lie. This is not La La Land.
No,
it's happening. It's an everyday battle, and I have to be aware. And but in the same time, those talents just make you stronger than and it's not easy sometimes to to not get caught through fear or feel like what's going on here. But I always go back to like I said, to the core of things. Who am I? Who am I working with? Who am I connected to? What is my mission? What is my core mission, really? What am I here for? And it goes to something very simple, with service to humanity. And I'm grateful to be able to work with you and others that are maybe not known, but they do an incredible job in the background, clearing things and helping shifting things in the right direction.
Absolutely. Yeah, and our the soldiers that Peter has pointed out, and those Absolutely. That are known and those that are not known.
Yeah.
We're grateful because they're kind of on the front lines for everybody. And I know that you've been on the front line as well, even though you're not necessarily on Peter's team, but you have been in teams in the past, and you're doing things.
Yeah. I'm so grateful for Unit 374 and what you guys are doing. I mean, those guys are foot on the ground and on the front line, taking care of things. It's what we need now. No more of passive, passivity. We need people that take charge of things.
That care about humanity.
Yes.
And yes. When something comes up, they're there and they're ready. And that's what's important.
Oh, and that's fascinating.
There's a lot of listeners too that I know that they're involved as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to thank them. I mean, even if I don't know them, I want to thank everyone that's participated. It's everyone that's not neutral and just work together with you, Jess, toward the same goal, which is the freedom of humanity, the freedom of this planet. Reconnect to our sovereignty, freedom, reconnect to the highest galactic of brothers and sisters, and to the divine, and be able to finally start our journey as humanity. I mean, when I mean my journey of humanity, without any interruption from Rev 1 or any other. Wow.
Yeah, we've had so many different bleed throughs of crazy types of things that have come through that thought that they would take advantage of our vulnerability and the oppression that was occurring, the AI that's been occurring, and the agendas that they have planned for us in the next 10 years or so. Writing these scripts, the script writers, they don't like when you change anything. They get very angry, but you know, I don't know if we didn't have to worry about even rewriting the script. It looks like some of the script is disappearing. It's vanishing.
It's wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Beautiful. This is why I'm so excited for 24 and the years to come, because I feel like we are getting close to experiment something absolutely amazing. Like a shift that many will enjoy. I mean, most of the people out there, sometimes I walk in the street and I'm thinking, you know, they have no idea what's going on. They're just, you know, busy with their life and the problem that they have. And I said, one day things will shift for the better and they will not even be aware of the struggle that some had to go through. But guess what? That would be the best gift for me, to be able to see everybody free, reconnected, enjoying an amazing human experience. That's the best gift ever. There's nothing better than that for me. That's why we work hard. All of us will work hard, you know. And I'm grateful. Thank you so much, Jess, for everything you're doing. Thank you to all the beings that you work with that I'm not aware of, might be hidden or doing the work in the background, because nothing of this would happen without the effort of everyone. So I'm very grateful.
Little help from Shiva, from Odin.
Oh, yeah, don't even start me on that one. Oh my God.
Good,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. Oh,
yeah, they've been battling before we existed. They've been protecting, I'll say it like that. They protect the innocent.
It's an honor.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were battling before we did. Yeah, and it's an honor, such an honor and privilege to be able to work with them.
Say, you know, Jesus is help. You know, whoever you believe. Yeah, I don't want to exclude, you know, whatever the system is, but you know, for us, you know, that's been the powerhouses that have helped us through some of this.
I mean, I've seen these powerhouses in action when I had a lot of, let's say, attempt on me, and I've been helped many times. I mean, with your help, and those are powers you don't want to ignore.
No.
They're very real, and you can feel it right now and then. And I don't say others are not. I mean, I'm just talking about my experiments and my experience. And yeah. But
I want to say thank you for joining us, Chris, and I'm glad that, you know, you're able to come and have another discussion after, you know, these few years. I thought they were really taking control. It was almost like a runaway train, but it feels like it's a little bit more manageable, but there's levels of protection that need to be continue to protect and serve until we're completely free, I guess, at this point.
No, absolutely. And I thank you again for the work you do, for, you know, having our back. And yeah, I'm grateful. Thank you for the time you've allocated for this message. Thank you so much. And I wish everybody a happy new year.
Thank you. We wish you a happy new year as well, and to your significant other. And until next time, we're going to do another show together. So we'll keep you posted on that. I'd like to introduce everyone to Jenifer, whom I've done many regressions with in the past. So without further delay, we're going to start talking about some of the experiences that we've had and how it's been. And it's a unique experience. It's part of the spiritual path for some people, not for everyone, but to some degree, it's something that they can explore. And I'm just going to let Jenifer talk a little bit about it. And there you go. And nice to see you, Jenifer.
Nice to see you too, Jessica. Merry Christmas and happy early New Year.
Yeah, happy early New Year. By the time this goes out, hopefully it's on time.
I'm sure it will be.
Yeah, so, why don't you share with everyone, because I know that people listen to the regressions that you've done in the past, and a lot of times, that they're worried about you because you've been in pain or different things would happen because it was very real to you being in that experience, and you were very responsive to regressions. Not everyone is.
Well, I think I've evolved, or we've evolved. The regressions I started with you, my gosh, about 4 years ago. And at the very beginning, they're kind of daunting to go into because you don't really understand what's going on at first. But then my sort of baptism by fire was getting hit. I'd be doing the regressions and all of a sudden somebody's trying to choke me, or I'm getting a stabbing sensation in my legs or in my arms or whatnot. And it's daunting. You don't know what to do about it at first. But because I've been doing them with you for quite some time, I know that I can't get hurt. I know that I'm safe. I know that I'm protected. So thanks to that, I've been able to go a little bit deeper and let you lead me, see what you see and help me sort of, decipher what's going on and move past whatever interference is going on. And I have to say that I was just thinking about it today, how much they've evolved. They've gone from the journey at the beginning, which was really you helping me to get out of things that I didn't realize I was involved in, kind of a shock the first couple of years I did them. And then these sort of strange stories would show up, stories of my life, short stories of things that I'd gone through that ended up being connected to so many other things that then would help other people disconnect.
Mm-hmm.
And then it would have an impact, like a planetary impact, like, oh my goodness, this happened here, this happened there, and then you were able to put the pieces of the puzzle together and be able to do some real work on different mechanisms and systems that were in place that you didn't really understand how they were put in place, but then it helped undo them and help the planet. So now I still get hit, I still get what's been happening, where I still get physically hit, but it's not that I'm used to them, I'm just sort of blasé more about them, like, okay, let's just get through this and get to the message.
It's definitely not as much as before. And I feel like those energies that were, people think that this stuff isn't real, but some people literally get hurt. They have pain. And then when you go into that space, you can actually see it, how it's coming at you.
Yeah.
And I know this is going to open up a whole big conversation, but there was other things too that were happening as you were realizing your connections. And, you did have, we did talk about you growing up in Switzerland and kind of being in an environment where there were a lot of, I won't say elite, but, some very important people in different, walks of life. So, that's part of the reason why you're in the background. But because of that, I think that they targeted you, being around certain things. And, it makes it a little hard. And I hope that was okay for me to bring that up.
Oh, yeah, it's fine. I think I look at it as helping. If anybody else is in a situation, they may not even know that they're connected through the system. They may not have had the upbringing that I've had, but that just because I've had that upbringing doesn't mean that other people are not pulled in and targeted. It just means that you're finding a layer, which then shows another layer and unearths something else that can help somebody else that's going through something. But I think you've helped me also get in touch with trusting myself more. You open people up, you open me up quite a bit. So because I have that trust, I'm willing to look at things that 4 years ago, I would have gone, this is crazy. When you're like, no, this is maybe, could this be this? And then I have something in my mind that goes, oh my gosh, this is connected to this in my childhood or that. And then we find like a big nugget that's pretty important, And the other thing that's pretty crazy about all of this is that when something is hitting me or something I'm hurting, I'll call you or I'll say, this is going on. And I would say 99.999% of the time, you look at it, you help to clear it, and boom, it's gone. Like, it's crazy to me. It's all, be walking around like the Hunchback of Notre Dame and I'm dragging my foot along and, I don't feel good. And you find the thing and boom, it's gone. But I also know that it's you and I working at it. Because if you work with someone that doesn't believe and doesn't want to do the work, it's not going to be effective. So it's not to prove, it's not like a snake oil salesman. It's no, you have to really put your heart into it, believe it, and it'll go away. But you got to do the work, it's like boot camp. So the regressions have gotten, I think, incredible. There's one that's going to be coming out where it was a shock to me, but Maldek came up.
Well, you didn't know what Maldek was. It's not like you've been heavily into, I don't know how to say it. It's not even conspiracy theories. It's kind of people that are fascinated with ET groups and civilizations. And you really weren't very big on that. So when you started you said the word Maldek, and you had an expression on your face, and I said, oh, okay, so it's Maldek. And you're like, well, what is that? And I was like,
yeah. I had heard of it before once in a group that I was in, but I never was interested enough in it to do any research. Mm-hmm. So when it came up, I was like, what in the world? And then it just sort of, we delved into so many other things. It connected to so many different things going on right now that I almost couldn't believe it. So you're going to get that out soon. And I'm glad. And again, because it did have an effect, like overall on so many other systems on the planet, hopefully it'll help other people that may reach out to you and go, hey, this is connected to something else, and you'll be able to do some more clearing,
Or they recognize that reality. What was interesting is you were seeing these tall birds, and Peter said something about the tall birds, and I said, oh, I know exactly what that is.
That made me laugh. Well, I drew it for you, and you were like, that's a big bird. And I'm like, Jess, they were huge. I was like, you have no idea how big these things were. So
I think I had seen you, and I was relaxing somewhere. We're in at my home, and you were outside, and I could see you almost like looking through the walls, and there was this big, huge bird there with you, and I was like, what is that bird?
Yeah.
And so because you were on this planet, it was so wild to see that bird there. Well, we didn't know what it was. And then after you left, I had these chicken hawks that were making the weirdest sounds out there. Who knows? Maybe they could see these things too. They were big. They were like the ones that were next to you were like your size or larger.
Well, okay. Well, let me just add something to this that I don't think people really understand. You'll do the work with people and you get involved and you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. You're getting the transmissions out and getting people, to awake to understand what's going on. But then these things come and they can affect you. So when you call me and you say, Jen, there's these big birds that are doing this or that, or animals that are like infesting my life, of course you feel bad about it, but people don't understand how much the work that you do affects you. It gets into your space sometimes, and it's not easy for you to manage it. And I don't think people know that. So I wanted to actually say that because people must think, oh, Jessica does these things and she goes off on her own and has her own normal life. No, you get affected by this stuff in a way that is not normal. And thank God for you, because you're very calm, you're very poised, and you can handle it. But most people would go running for the hills. Because some of the stuff that you told me, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. That,
well, I have my 4-letter word moments.
Yeah,
I definitely do.
Yeah. We do.
Because then suddenly I'm interrupting whatever their agenda was with people, and so it's like dealing with a bully, and then they come after whoever was obstructing them. And it's funny because even like with Peter, I know when I'm hitting on something, I'll say, well, what about this? And he'll say, no, we shouldn't talk about that. We shouldn't talk. And I know exactly what he's talking about, because it's like it opens up this can of worms.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden these things are there, and they're doing stuff to your life and causing mayhem, in some way. So you do go to bat for people. I say that's how I tell people, this is why I ask for money. My sessions. I don't ask for a lot, but at least some kind of compensation, because you'll be gone, and it might take about a week or so until I'm finished working through this one.
Yeah, but you're so humble about it. You don't really, the minute it happens, you don't call and say, because I did this came. It's stuff that happens in your life. And then I realize, oh my goodness, it's because this was opened up during a regression or a session we do. So you're like my doctor in all ways, because you end up being able to fix things that were done to me because of this, but you have to be your own doctor when they come after you. So I hope people understand that, it's not easy being Jessica Marrocco sometimes. It really isn't.
No, it isn't. It says, essentially you're kicking the beehive. And
yeah.
Beehive stings. It does sting.
And what were they? Hornets. Kick the hornet's nest.
Yeah, literally. I had those bees, hornets. I don't even know what they are. They were living underground, and I never in my entire life had animals come at me in a hostile way like that.
Yeah.
It was really weird.
Yeah.
It was really weird. So I blame Maldek.
Well, it'll be interesting.
They had all sorts of beings there, didn't they?
Oh,
all sorts.
Weird. I remember looking at myself, not understanding why I was so large. I didn't understand. We're working through it. I still don't understand it completely, but the beings that were there were something I'd never seen, and it was a hostile place. And I tried to draw you a lot of the sort of landscape and stuff, but I know that I was blocked in certain areas. I could draw one of the beings. I couldn't draw myself very well. And I now, that you do sessions with other people, and then you see things, it's all sort of coming together. But these darn birds, then the cranes showed up, and it was like, what is with the birds everywhere,
It's weird, and they're not necessarily the birds that are here. They look different.
Yeah.
They look different. They were sort of humanoid birds.
Hybrids.
They're very odd looking.
Yeah, almost hybrid-like.
Yeah. And I didn't know what to do with them, because there wasn't something that was natural in our space. It's like they got into our space.
Right.
But they are intelligent, but they're like a fish out of water. So maybe they wanted something. I didn't harm the birds. I was just trying to figure out what they were doing there and who they were.
And that's another thing I don't think people understand, is that when you do regressions, you have to, like with me, it could be that I opened something up without knowing, but you need to figure out, if I did do that, where are they and what are they doing, and let's get rid of them. Or if I'm just divulging something that I'm seeing that I have nothing to do with, like, it's a really, a fine-tuned balance of figuring out what actually is going on. Because you work with people and you have to know when it's a bleed through, and you're trying to help me, but then it's like, yeah, but don't open the door so that, all of a sudden you've got these human-sized birds harassing people.
I know that there's a school of thought, because I studied under Dolores Cannon, but I have my own experiences as well, and I feel like I was more intuitive than Dolores. I respect her work, but she was literally doing the regressions and very analytical about it. And I do believe she had some intuition, but I can actually see some of the stuff while the person is looking at it, and we have discussions regarding what's going on. But some people say, well, you're definitely protected. You go through that process. Make sure you seal all the protections and everything. It's a good intention. It's definitely a good intention. but at any time, anything could go wrong, and it doesn't hold everyone or everything back, depending on the individual and whatever the individual is connected to.
Yeah, and on that note, I'm going to tell you something that I learned from you just recently that has really helped me. And that is to have sort of a mantra in your head that's constant, that keeps you aligned, your consciousness and your subconsciousness aligned with the divine. In other words, these things that are around us that don't like us and are wreaking havoc are really good at manipulating us, making us the programs from the corporations. They're really good at getting us to believe that like a voice that we hear or a feeling that we have is actually our own. If you can keep yourself, just know that you're putting that intention out there, you're going to start getting information and feel more balanced about who you really are. But if you are disconnected from it and you go down the path of believing the programs, believing, the media, believing other people that don't have good intentions, that can lead you down a road that is really dangerous. And then, you're the one that tries to pick it up and, you're out there to help, Jess, but sometimes it's like, wait a minute, I'm trying to do this work, but it's being undone because you're following the wrong guidance. So it's not really a person's fault. It's just constantly connecting yourself back to the divine, just the one energy that has created the universe, is the one that is right, knows right from wrong. And don't beat yourself up for going the wrong way. Just know that you just have to keep on, connecting back in that intention to the consciousness that is, and subconsciousness when you're sleeping, to the divine, that you don't, do no harm, and knowing right from wrong.
Yeah, so you're going to be careful, and even if something does open up, you do have that trust that the universe is there to, the divine, the God source, or whatever your belief system is there to protect you. What I'm saying is that things can still, it's a volatile location. Subconscious can trigger a whole bunch of ideas or recalls. A person could swing back into having a full experience of some kind of injury they had in the past and be in a lot of pain, or emotionally traumatized. I've had people just break down and cry, like not even believing in any of this, and then they're regressed, and then before you know it, they're in tears because they're watching someone, a whole bunch of people get murdered, or they're in the middle of a war, or they something else tragic happens, so that they're it's literally the subconscious brings it back, and it's very vivid, and it's real to them, and it's not an easy situation.
No, and I know you see it. I mean, that's the thing, people don't realize you see it.
The more you understand, the better it is. But ignoring everything doesn't resolve anything. It just perpetuates the situation that you're in, and that you will lose control of your life. Some people say, well, I'll just let things happen. Things don't just happen. There are choices, a series of choices that you make through life, and you take a left or a right. I mean, you're constantly making choices. Why not do that with your soul?
Right. Yeah.
And most people put that aside as unimportant. Oh, we've already given our souls to this belief system. No, you don't give your soul to anybody. You give it to some God, or you can express love, but it makes sure it's a divine source that you are giving your whole heart to, and your whole soul to. Your soul belongs to you. So never put yourself in that situation.
And people don't realize too that they think, okay, I was maybe in a past life, or in this lifetime, I was traumatized, I made a contract, and that's it, I'm done. People don't realize that you can say, you know what, I made a mistake, I asked for forgiveness, I'm shutting that down, I'm saying that is null and void, and now I'm starting anew. But people kind of give up on themselves and think, and they get down on themselves, and they live with that guilt, where that brings them down a road of self-deprecation and sometimes harm, physical harm, and they don't realize they can correct it. it took me a while to understand that with you, because it was like, oh my gosh, what else have I done? How stupid, but then what I say now is law. Now I'm starting afresh, and there's always room for forgiveness. There's always room for love. There's always room to make the right decision. So you just have to keep at it, keep at it, keep at it. And I mean, I'm far from done with it, but it's a long, arduous road,
Yep. And the one thing I did, I know a lot of people, they'll go and take a course, and then all of a sudden they say, I'm an expert. I'm going to start working on, a bunch of people. When they started bringing out these teachings, they would have people wait, for like 6 months or so of practicing with people and letting people know that they were practicing. And have some experience about what you're doing, because that is someone's soul, and you want to be careful with that. But and that's why I'm careful even just to who I do it with online. But and some people have the opposite effect, like, oh, I can just do whatever I want with a person, and I can drill them with questions and all that. You can't. There'll be repercussions to that. Yeah. So the soul is like gold to the God source. It's very, very valuable. It's the most valuable thing. And so, we need to respect that in others and their soul and how sacred that is to them. Yeah. And that is this sentient beauty that we have, all of us. And so really being mindful of all of these things. And if you've done anything wrong, like Jenifer said, like, you ask for forgiveness. No one is capable of judging anyone. It's between us and a higher power to ask for that forgiveness, to release it, and just to not do it again. It's the process of learning. Yeah. But and if you have to amend certain things, then amend them. But it's not just about like, oh, it's something bad to this person or whatever, but also like the agreements. The agreements are something that we work on all the time. Is trying to be a part of society in some way, and you find yourself doing some kind of oath or blood oath or anything that entangles you with a system, but the system will always prohibit you and then will not help you as much as people think it will help them. So there's never really an even exchange. You just become a part of the group.
For what?
For you getting off of your timeline, you not being able to fulfill, your true higher purpose, the limitations, and a forfeiture of levels of happiness for sure.
Yeah, because carrying that is I realized about a year into me working with you that there was a lot of stuff that I was carrying every day, and I didn't realize I was carrying it, like guilt about certain things, and I didn't know where it was coming from. And when you and I started working together, and I was starting to let them go, find out what it was, take responsibility for what I had done, and whatever, in whatever lifetime, whatever I did, and then being able to ask for forgiveness and let it go, it started to ease up that sort of baggage that I didn't even understand why I was carrying or how. And that's why you see a lot of people that don't know how to work, how to, go through this process to let it go. Some of them go to suicide or, substance abuse, and they don't understand why.
Or depression.
So, yeah.
There's people that say that I'm so sad and I have no reason why. I mean, I have everything that I could need. I have a happy family. I have children. I have a good spouse. I have a good job. Why am I unhappy? Yeah. Or why am I angry? I've heard that too. It's the same thing. And so the subconscious buries something like that. It hides what the root is, and unchecked, and then people have to take meds or something else can happen. And so like I said, working, there's a lot of brilliant processes that have come out to help people. People should take advantage of that and research it, understand what's good for them, find the people that you resonate with and you trust. You need to have trust. when you're doing a regression in particular, because you are vulnerable in a sense, you know, that you're, it's a place that, you know, you don't want anyone tampering with, and always expect that there's a recording of it so you can review what's being said.
Yeah, and I mean, I know from experience that there have been situations I've been in where if you hadn't been around to help me, to guide me through it, it could have turned out really bad. So people have to be careful. They think, oh, you know, I've heard how to, you know, do a regression, I'll do it. You don't know the responsibility you have with that person when they're very, very vulnerable, they're open, and some bad stuff can happen. And so people have to be really careful with that. I mean, this is me. I wouldn't do a regression. I wouldn't trust anybody but you. But that's just me, because we have a story. It's been going on for 4 years, so you know me, my ins and outs, and I wouldn't trust anybody else to go through that with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, you know, there's a familiarity, and I'm clearly, I'm not the only person that does that, and no one person could handle the amount of people that want to have it done.
Yeah.
But, you know, and that's why I think it's like I said, it's a good process, but responsibility on both parts, that, you know, to make sure you have that level of trust with that individual and vice versa. And you know, when I first started doing this years ago, I'd tell them what they said to me, and they'd say, I didn't say that. And I said, you did. I said, you want to hear it? How many times that happened?
Oh, so if I go really, really deep with you, I'll come out of it and you'll say, you said this. I'm like, no, I didn't. And then I'm like, okay, I'll listen back. And then the interesting thing is listening back to it afterwards, I catch 100 more things. I'm like, oh my gosh, there's this, there's that. I didn't think about this. And then I don't know if people know this, but after a regression, for about a week after, there's a lot of synchronistic things that happen that show up because things have been revealed. So either you'll call me and you'll find something, or I'll find something and I'm like, whoa, this impacted my life this way. Or look, there's this coming out, this information that I wasn't aware of. Maybe it had been there the whole time, but I didn't notice it until I did the regression, you know, and that ends up helping. So, which I'm glad.
Yeah, you kind of resolve certain things. I did a lot of regressions before I did any regressions with anyone else. And some of the history, my own personal history, because we all carry our own, you know, form of Akasha.
Yeah.
And when I started going through it, I was like, you know, there were days where you just like floored, you know, like, what in the world happened there? I can't believe I experienced that, and I can't believe that person did that to me. You know, you're like, it can get very depressing.
Well, a lot of your stuff is in your book.
Yeah.
You talk about your regressions in your book. So
the book, The Seer, Violets in the Grass, where that literally happened. I went to this man who was supposed to be a, I don't know, recognized in the community around the world on some level, but not someone that would name drop. I don't think people would remember him in that way, but yeah, he would show up at this one place that I go to. It was like a new age shop, and I did the regression. And when I literally saw myself as a little girl vanishing, going in and out of time space, you know, while I was just picking these little violets in the backyard of our neighbor, whose name was Alice.
Oh, wow.
You can't make this up. It was crazy. And she was originally from Syria. I don't know if they were refugees. We never got that far. She was an older lady and was sort of like a grandmother to us. But I don't know. It was kind of like it was quite an interesting journey. And I kept on having all of these stories or experiences that I had been through, and everyone has their unique story. So when I hear people talk about, oh, I'm this, I'm that, or whatever, and I said, you can't be, because everyone has their unique stories. And even if you were a surrogate, you would still have some unique experiences of what you've gone through. Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot to look at in this, and it's really, really interesting. It's very interesting.
It is. And it's that, I think that's what this whole challenge is right now for all of us, is to go more and more and more within. I know that sounds very sort of, new agey or whatever, but it's not. It's the more you get to know who you really are, what makes you tick, the more comfortable you are in your own skin, and you're not going to bother your neighbor as much. The people that I see on the news, that I see around me that are not very happy people, are ones that go and bother their neighbor, bother their friends, because they don't understand who they are, and they're reaching out to sort of slap the person in front of them to tell them when the work is you. And I don't care if it's how you do it, either meditation, sitting out in nature, doing something. And I understand sometimes there are things you don't like to look at. There were a lot of things I didn't like to look at about myself. But at one point it was like, okay, I don't have to stay that person, and I don't have to wallow in that. I can just move and look at another aspect of me that I actually like, and go and play with that for a while. But it's just, I think it's this fear of a lot of people have of looking at themselves and actually hating themselves for no reason. They don't have to, and they carry that. So the work now, we talked about hope last year, and it's always a message of hope in these, at the end of the year transmissions you do. But I would urge people to really do something for themselves. Do whatever it takes: meditation, going outside, learning some way of getting used to yourself, or getting to know yourself, whatever it is. But fall in love with yourself a little bit more. You'll spend less time looking at horrible things, especially on television, that make us separate from one another and hate each other for no reason. Just go in and, and then I know a happy person walking down the street doesn't want to go and join a protest and beat up on someone for no reason, or because somebody told them they had to do it. You just ignore it and move on,
Yeah, remembering that we're all entangled in some way.
Yeah.
In with the human race, and that we're interconnected. So, and there will be repercussions for some of these things later on. But I think getting back to feeling good about yourself, and even if you don't dislike yourself, a lot of people don't recognize the amazing uniqueness of who they are. And it's absolutely incredible as divine beings that we all have just as valuable of a story. We all come in with just the same miracle and depart in the same miracle. So there's no one over the other.
Yeah.
And when people begin to see that, they appreciate more of who they are, and they explore that more.
Yeah.
And then there's less of this, one above the other sort of scenario. So, but
Agreed. And you help a lot of people find that, Jess. So you're very, very much appreciated and loved.
Thank you. And thank you for being a little bit of an open book and helping the public to experience something that is, I don't know, a mystery, or an uncharted journey, whatever that is, and putting yourself out there in a way to help out as well. And I appreciate that, because that's the only way we're going to get through this, and people are willing to share some of their feelings and emotions and even experiences. People that have their experiencers with, whether it's ETs or some other kind of phenomenon. And so helping people to gain courage. And so, yeah, I appreciate that you're helping in that area.
Well, you're more welcome. It helps me enormously. So I'm a chatterbox. I'll help in any which way I can. And, I enjoy doing it. Helps to clear me and help my life get better. So I enjoy it.
Well, thank you for joining us. And I'm glad that you were able to say hello for the New Year's greeting, and we'll see what happens this year.
Yeah. Happy New Year. And I wish the best for everyone, for this planet, highest intention for all of humanity, the universe, and just keep moving forward, and we'll get there someday.
I just wanted to introduce Jimi from Detroit, and we've had many discussions on the channel with Jimi. And so for some of those that are not familiar with Jimi, we have quite a story about Detroit Become Human, and it was kind of an interaction that Jimi had. So you have to check out the videos to know what we're talking about. But anyhow, checking in with Jimi because last year he had a bit of an accident and he seems to be recovering really well. But I'll let you talk about that, Jimi.
Yeah, that was in 2021, September of 2021. So it was a couple years ago, but
it was a couple. He just said time has gone by fast.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm still, I guess, still recovering from that. And my breathing problems seem to have started to, get noticeable at that time or right around that time. And the injury was to my ribs, so which surrounds my lungs. So I don't know if that's something that's, that happened in the accident, even though I didn't break any bones, may have done something to my lungs that I don't know about or wasn't reported or diagnosed. But I have had some breathing problems since then, and I get shortness of breath pretty easy. Seems like just carrying any kind of weight, any groceries or anything any close to heavy, it seems to take my breath away, or if I have to go to the bathroom, if I really gotta go, it just seems to get me.
All right, we'll go into details here.
It's like I can't breathe,
Yeah.
But anyway,
no, it's gotten hard. But
Yeah.
you know what, Jimi, you've recovered quite a bit too, because you could have been bedridden and you were hit by a car and the whole bit. So it's amazing what you've been through and how you survived. So, I give you credit and for being strong. You've also manifested some things around your house. So
Yeah.
you got some, and plus you're still sending healing to other people.
Yes, I do. I'm still trying to. I just found out my ex-wife was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer, and so she went through chemo a couple of years ago, and she had breast cancer, and I'm sure that just blew her immune system out, and now she's come down with this, and they're trying to put her through chemo again, and I just don't know. I don't think that normally turns out too well when you when you don't have an immune system. It's really hard to fight off something like that. So,
and there might be other people that are listening to this conversation that are having some health challenges. And what do you recommend, Jimi? Because I know that you're a strong believer in healing, and you had some people that didn't really believe it, or maybe it was their time to go. But then there's other people that have embraced it. And so you have another relative that's, doing much better because of some of the positive intentions and the healing. And so what do you recommend for people to do?
I just have a strong, I don't know if I want to call it a belief, because that's faith and something that there's no proof for. And, so I try not to use that term, but, I just accept that I have the power within me to heal. And I just, I call on it, and I declare that I'm healed, and I, through the power of the God of my being, I'm healed, and I know it. And I just, I do that every day. And, to keep it going. And I realize it doesn't happen immediately and snap your fingers and it's healed. But, once the process is started, it continues until it's healed. That's what I accept that. And, I don't expect other people to just say, oh, okay, cool, because we've all been led to believe that we have to go to doctors and take medications, and if they tell you have cancer, you got to take chemo, and it's really hard to get people to not do that, because especially when they're scared, which they are when they're told they have something serious. So it's a real it's really hard to get people to even accept my healing when I try to tell them I'm sending it to them. Never mind, get them to not do conventional medical treatment. So, it's myself. I've just learned this myself the last few years. So it's not like I have been practicing it for many years. I didn't know anything about it until I learned about it. So, it's like anything. When you first start to do something, it takes time to master it. So I'm still working on it.
It's easier for you to probably manifest or believe, or you don't like the word believe. I don't see any problem with it, but it's just a terminology. So to be able to send that kind of healing energy to another person is easier than to accept for yourself, or would you disagree with that?
Well, no, I do. I use it on myself, and that's what I mean. First of all, I had to learn to do it myself before I could give it to anyone else. I had to find out that I had it and prove it to myself before I. That's why I don't like to call it belief, because I had to prove it to myself, so I know. And that's why I always say,
that it works, that you can
done, and I know it. I don't say
and
I believe
I know it. Yeah, you always say, and I know it. Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. And if you have doubts, you basically negate the healing. It's like if you don't know you can do it, then you can't.
Yeah.
That's
I agree. Yeah, it has to be something that you see, that's tangible, that it makes a difference.
Yes, and it's powerful, and it really does work. It's just we've been taught that we have no power. We can't do things like that. Oh, Jesus could do that, but we can't. That's what we're taught. and people accept that, and I mean they really strongly accept that. And if they hear somebody talking like me, it's like what they teach us disempowers us. It tells us we don't have power, that we can't do this ourselves. And in other words, this great power that we have is not used by people because they don't know they have it.
Right. Yeah. Some people have more faith in the medications.
Yeah.
Because you know why? It has like a something tangible, an object.
Yeah.
And it's whether it's placebo or not, it's the idea that they're working on taking care of that problem.
Yeah, it's a crutch. They use it as a crutch.
Some people, they need that crutch. If they're not really solid in whether or not they, actually can manifest it. So you take people from wherever they're at that moment, right?
Yeah.
So if it's difficult for them to see themselves healed, then if they need a placebo, I guess that helps. But what I want you to do as we come to the end of our discussion here for everyone that's listening is, if you would be so kind as to send healing and something positive to the people for I can't see your Jimmy.
Okay, I'm rubbing my hands together. That's how I get.
Okay. For the year 2024, some kind of positive energy, and help us to manifest something positive. So all right, you're rubbing your hands. This helps you move the energy through your body. Okay.
And it helps me get the attention of spirit.
Helps
For
you
my-
focus. Okay, I'll let you do your thing. Go ahead and do your thing.
Okay. Okay, I'm ready.
All right. Send the energy of healing to whoever was anyone that's in need and is listening.
Okay. I send healing, powerful healing energy from the God of my being to whoever listening that may be in need or require some healing. And that would probably include just about everyone. And positive outlook and, a great 2024 for everyone. And I thank thee for it. It's done, and I know it.
There we go. And so also abundance meaning having everything that you need, not necessarily in a monetary value, but it can come up as a monetary value. But having an abundance, having health, having peace of mind. A lot of people are so anxious and so distraught by everything that's been going on in fear. So having peace of mind, being able to sleep at night. Some people are struggling, they can't sleep. Being able to feel that they can heal their own body, that they find the right products and the right practices to keep the body in shape and mobile, and having people attract more. A lot of people are alone, manifesting more of a community and connectedness for people.
I know about that. And also, that people realize that they, like we've been talking about, that they have, as long as they have a soul, they have it within their soul, a spark of the Creator, which gives them powers to heal. The Creator has power like that, and you have a spark of that in you. So you can also use that to heal yourself and others. You can send it to others, and it's not just for you. Because not like we've also been talking about, most people don't know they have this power, so they don't. It's powerless. They're powerless because they don't know they have it, so they don't use it. It's like any ability we have. If we don't use it, what the hell good is it?
Right.
Desiderata by Max Ehrmann, 1927. Go placidly amid the noise and the haste, and remember what peace there may be in silence. As far as possible, and without surrender, be on good terms with all persons. Speak your truth quietly and clearly, and listen to others, even to the dull and the ignorant. They too have their story. Avoid loud and aggressive persons. They are vexatious to the spirit. If you compare yourself with others, you may become vain or bitter. For always there will be greater and lesser persons than yourself. Enjoy your achievements as well as your plans. Keep interested in your own career, however humble. It is a real possession in the changing fortunes of time. Exercise caution in your business affairs, for the world is full of trickery. But let this not blind you to what virtue there is. Many persons strive for high ideals, and everywhere life is full of heroism. Be yourself, especially do not feign affection. Neither be cynical about love, For in the face of all aridity and disenchantment, it is as perennial as the grass. Take kindly to the counsel of the years, gracefully surrendering the things of youth. Nurture strength of spirit to shield you in sudden misfortune, but do not distress yourself with dark imaginings. Many fears are born of fatigue and loneliness. Beyond a wholesome discipline, be gentle with yourself. You are a child of the universe, no less than the trees and the stars. You have a right to be here. And whether or not it is clear to you, no doubt the universe is unfolding as it should. Therefore, be at peace with God, whatever you conceive him to be. And whatever your labors and aspirations, in the noisy confusion of life, keep peace in your soul. With all its sham, drudgery, and broken dreams, it is still a beautiful world. Be cheerful. Strive to be happy.